Alright, hello YouTube people. And let me update our channel over here. Uh, Great. We have updated that on Twitch, so hello everyone. You do have to go to bed, have fun reading old books. Thank you, Ailey, for hanging out. Lovely to have you. Uh, and yeah, hello everyone. Welcome. If you are joining over on YouTube or watching the VOD, glad you could join us. We're doing something a little bit different for today. I have had a very long week and did not feel much like playing games and yapping, so instead we're doing something I've been promising chat for a little while. So, a few weeks ago, I picked up that, uh, and BKZD Truth, thank you for the follow just now. Welcome on in. I picked up that 10-volume set, which is a 1945 printing of the Young Folks Library. Let me pull up more information about it here. I am not. Oh, oh boy. Well, that did not work in the slightest. Why did it switch to that capture? Uh, Give me just a second. There we go. So, Young Folks Library in 20 volumes by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. I only have 10 of the volumes, but there are a whole bunch of them. So it is originally published in 1901. It says 1902 here, but that's fully incorrect. But yes, so we are going to be taking a look at a 1945 printing of some of these books. Basically, the argument here is that this is supposed to be works of classic literature that will provide a moral education to young people. And so it's a mix of fiction and nonfiction. And then some pseudo history that are then rewritten and retold by various people in order to present them in a format suitable for young people to read and enjoy. So, well, there's the 1945 printing I have is based on a revised edition from 1937. So that we are going to take a look here through all these volumes. I'm going to skim through them and we'll see what's going on. So this is going to be a little bit different than a lot of other streams. So if you have other things you are working on, you please do feel free to lurk, do feel free to do any of that, because there will be downtime because I do have to read physical books. I have for the most part not opened these before, so I'll be surprised by as much as everything as you are. So what age bracket do they mean by young people? They do not actually say. Fun fact, they do not say, let's see, does he specify anything? Nope. Yeah. They do not say it at... Yeah. Upper limit of 20. I think it's probably younger than that. But yeah, we will find out. So we are gonna just hang out here. We're going to put on some tunes. We are going to read through some of these, take a look, and we'll talk about whatever I find. I have them out of order. I should pull up what the official order of these different things are. So I'll actually do them in order. What a surprise, instead of just kind of guessing. Uh, and yeah. So we'll be on a. Did you know you have to add the microphone source to OBS to this scene in order for it to work? So we're going to hang out on this scene, and then we will be able to, yeah, do your own things. I'll be sitting out over this way, doing some reading, and yeah, we'll figure it out from there. Let me put back on the tunes, and in fact, put on the make sure I grab that one so that I am crediting everything. Boop. And there we go. Cool. All right. Let's do this. So, looks like first volume is a volume called The Storyteller. Do I need to go this way? I do need to go this way. There we go. Okay. Contents here. On the influence of books, the worth of the child's own book, the story of the three bears, Beauty and the Beast, Diamonds and Toads, Blanche and Rosalinda, the White Cat, Tom Thumb, Cinderella, Jack and the Beanstalk, the Three Wishes, the Children in the Wood, presumably that's Hansel and Gretel, History of Little Jack, the Fair One with the Golden Locks, Whittington and his Cat, the Seven Champions of Christendom, the Fisherman and the Genie, the Yellow Dwarf, Felicia and the Pot of Pinks. Oh, good. I was complaining about this with the Fairy Tales volume, but the Contest d'Aulnoy is in this volume instead. Prince Mu and the Princess Zaza, Prince Wee and the Princess Sable, Princess of the Glass Hill, Brave Little Tailor, Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp, Go I Know Not Whither, the story of Gorinsky, the Sage Damsel, the Prophetic Dream, and the Flying Ship. Interesting. I would agree, Space Nerd. Friend? Like, you're welcome here, but, that's not what we're talking about here. So, if you're expecting replies, you're not going to get any. The issue of the initial volume of the Young Folks Library offers the writer the opportunity to make a brief statement of its purpose and scope, and to say a word touching the influence of books. The word is not new, but it is apposite here, and is one that cannot too often be repeated. Books read in youth leave an indelible impression. The mature reader may forget the plot and characters of last month's novel, and by chance the name of its author, but he remembers the very page and type of the old copy of Robinson Crusoe and the tattered cover of the Arabian Nights, which he read as a boy. The period of childhood is the most sensitive and receptive period of life. In those years, foreign languages are acquired with a facility afterwards lacking, and the books read exert directly or indirectly a great influence in molding thought and character. They are often incidental factors in determining some step affecting all our future. The writer was lately told by one of our distinguished naval commanders that his career was pointed out to him by a chance reading of a biography of Paul Jones. Doubtless, many a lad has been sent off to sea by the perusal of Captain Marriott's Midshipman Easy or Fenimore Cooper's Two Admirals. Chad, do you know what either of those books are? It was the sonnets of William Bowles that awakened the poetic instinct in Coleridge, as in subsequent years it was Spenser's Faery Queen and Chapman's translation of Homer that cast a spell upon the imagination of young Keats. His love of Grecian mythology, out of which grew his noblest poem, dated from the hour he opened Chapman's English version of the Iliad. In her memoirs, Madame Roland speaks of the singular fascination which Plutarch's Lives exercised on her when she was little Jean Philpon. First time you're hearing of them. Fabulous. I shall never forget, she says, the Lent of 1763, at which time I was 9 years of age when I carried it, Plutarch, to church instead of my prayer book. To that period I may trace the impressions and ideas that rendered me a Republican, though I did not then dream that I should ever become a citizen of a republic. I fancy that old-time books have frequently an unsuspected complicity in coloring even our maturer thoughts and actions. What impulses may not occasionally be prompted in us by the perhaps half-unconscious reminiscence of some record of daring or generosity or self-sacrifice that moved our hearts in the days of youth. These illustrations of the beneficence influence of books touch only one side of the subject. If there is wholesome and stimulating nourishment for young minds, then there is also, unhappily, a vast quantity of tempting and poisonous food within easy reach. Chat, the boomers hate TikTok in 1901. Into this category come the lurid juvenile dramas in which the glamour of romance is thrown over the adventures of personages who in real life generally find their apotheosis in the prisoner's dock. Books in this kind are widely circulated and work incalculable harm. Their power of demoralization is by no means indirect or disputable. There is another class of child literature only a few degrees less harmful, the well-meant mawkish story of which Sandford and Murden is the perennial type. Again, do you know what that book is? Because I sure don't. In whose pages a boy is not inspired to be a pirate, but is carefully instructed how to become a prig. Personally, I prefer a pirate. In the present imperfect condition of society, piracy is beset with difficulties, and the pirate's chance of success, even in the more thickly populated parts of the United States, are comparatively limited. That is not the case with the prig. Circumstances favor his development. Sandford and Murden belongs to an extensive school of really conscientious fiction which curiously succeeds in making goodness seem insufferable. I may observe, in passing, that Mr. Harry Sandford of England has a worthy American cousin in one Elsie Dinsmore, who sedately pirouettes through a seemingly endless succession of girls' books. I came across 15 of them the other day. This impossible female is carried from infancy up to grandmotherhood, and is, I believe, still leisurely pursuing her way down to the tomb in an ecstatic state of uninterrupted didacticism. There are 25 volumes of her and the granddaughter, who is also named Elsie, and is her grandmother's own child with the same precocious readiness to give ethical instruction to her elders. An interesting instance of hereditary talent. I think that we are only half mindful of the potency for good or evil that lies in the book we place before the young reader. It is not always easy or practicable to find proper books, but it is always an important thing. The problem comes for solution to every person who has in charge the training and welfare of youth. What shall our children read? The question is not adequately met by the local library. That is a republic of good, bad, and indifferent literature, the greater part of which should not be read by anybody. The duty of selection remains. In the multiplicity of publications, how is one to pick out with certainty and such matter as shall at once be entertaining and instructive? Or at least harmlessly entertaining. In order to do it, one must have exceptional familiarity with many branches of letters. The familiarity involves conditions of leisure and study not compatible with the usual affairs of life. In the Young Folks Library, very careful hands have garnered a large store of desirable and valuable reading, designed to answer in a practical way a demand not otherwise complied with in the same measure or in so compact and convenient a form. The work presents several features which distinguish it from mere compendia of literature. Each volume deals with a distinct department of letters and has an especial character of its own. There is a book for almost every mood and hour, narratives of adventure and exploration by land and sea, fairy tales, bird and animal stories, folklore and legend, episodes of boy and girl life at home and at school, poetry, biography, history, science, etc., etc. Readers of all ages may find their profit and amusement here. An introductory essay and brief notices of the various authors represented, with mention of their more notable works, accompany each volume and serve to lead the reader into wider avenues of literature. The riches of many lands have been laid under tribute to first the context of these 20 volumes, which may be described as the epitome of a vast library, embracing numerous books not accessible to the general public, particularly to that portion of it remote from great literary centers. The series is, in effect, a choice library brought to your hearthside. It should be said in this place that the task of compilation and editing has been discharged in no perfunctory spirit by those concerned, both as sympathetic and intimate knowledge of the requirements in the case. What can I say? What's folks' thoughts? Just off that introduction and that case being made for this book. I mean, apart from sounding incredibly boomerish, I think there are some thoughts in here that are very, very pertinent and effective. Right? So the concept of children's literature as a dedicated art form actually is quite young when Aldrich is writing that. By quite young, I mean basically 50 to 75 years. Right? You'll observe that in the examples that were given, it's stories like the Iliad, Plutarch's Lives. Not exactly what we would consider children's lit, right? And up until the, early 1800s, basically post-Napoleon, that's how it's done. You really don't see a dedicated genre of child and adolescent literature. Equally valuably, even though, some of the stories mentioned in the table of contents are now being routed as children's lit, the stories being collected were not originally intended as children's literature. Right? Comtesse d'Aulnoy is not writing for children. She's collecting the folk traditions, as she understood them, of France. Same with Asbjørnsen and Moe for Norway. Gore Gorinsky, not, right? We're getting these sort of nationalist folk traditions being compiled and written down. The Grimm brothers, Asbjørnsen and Moe, Jon Arneson, the Comtesse d'Aulnoy, all these folks are all not collecting things that they anticipate being used for children. It's only in the 19th century that we're seeing this move away from treating fairy tales and folk tales as nationalist, valid literature on par with Greek and Roman classics, towards being increasingly adolescent-oriented. This intensifies, and so Tolkien in the 30s is raging against this in his essay on fairy stories, on the idea that, no, these are adult lit too. So we're kind of partway through that transition when he's writing this. This is more or less the same time Howard Pyle is publishing, if you remember correctly. Let's find out. Yes, exactly. He starts, looks like he's mostly publishing, starts in 1883, and then remains active, until he moves to Italy in, 1910, when he's very unwell. So, yes. Very much yes. definitely have strong opinions on the clear goal, right? Full points to Aldrich for being able to articulate the goal quite well, even if it's based in the darn TikToks are ruining children's moral well-being. Anyway, just in case you were worried that we were done having... Oh, well, hello. Bree, thank you so much for the raid with the party of 9. I forgot to put in the alert box on this scene. But so good to see you. Welcome, everyone. Let me add that back in. Is that going to be a browser source? I think it's a browser source. Let's add that back in so that shows up. But welcome, welcome, welcome to all of Bree's folks. Welcome on in. Cat, Bree, it is so good to see you. To my folks, Bree is lovely. Does a lot of co-working, does a lot of studying, and does Ptolemaic papyri as her actual like thing. So we love our piperologists over here. So you should all go check her out. For all everyone who just came in, welcome. My name is Adam. I am a museum curator by job. And today we're doing something a little bit different. So I have a copy of this, half of the volumes of the Young Folks Library, which originally was created in 1901 as a compendium of suitable, moral, ethical literature for children. So I have 10 of the 20 volumes of this set. This printing is from 1945. And so we're taking a look here to see what it's doing and what absolutely insane takes the early 20th century had about children's literature. So make yourself comfy. If you got a raid and run, or just want to lurk while working on other projects, feel very welcome to do that. But otherwise, we're in the first volume still. We just finished reading the creator, Thomas Bailey Aldrich's introduction. And just in case you were worried about it, this volume has a second introduction. By a name folks probably know by reputation, if not reality, or not directly. Charles Eliot Norden. Is that a name people know? You probably do. If you ever heard of the Norden anthologies of Pick Your Literature, it's that Norden. You probably had to deal with it in one of his anthologies in high school. You almost certainly did. I had to deal with several of them. Not all of them were actually compiled by Charles Eliot Norden himself. But yeah, that's who that is the name, the guy who did some of the compilation work. So Norden Anthologies is his project. Anyway, the stories in the child's own book were the favorites of my early years, and now, an old man, I prize them still, for they served me as the path by which I entered into the land of romance, then first learning the names and figures of the great characters which have occupied that delightful country ever since the first storytellers found their way into it. By the way, that's romance with a capital R, so tales of chivalry and daring do, not romance as in love stories. And returning from it brought news of it to our everyday world. To make familiar acquaintance in childhood with these famous and noble personages is to secure friends who will last us through life, heroes, princes, adventurers, in whose good company we too can adventure in the pleasant realm of fancy. Is this the Western civilization guy? Yes. Yes, it is. But, he's a little bit important. Uh, Charles Eliot Norton does such things as editing the North American Review. He helped Henry Wadsworth Longfellow translate the Divine Comedy. Uh, he traveled all over the place. He was friends with Rudyard Kipling, the first president of the Archaeological Institute of America, uh, the founder of the American School of Classical Studies, and is buried in Boston. Oh, yeah, a teacher of James Loeb. So, did a few things. Somewhat important figure for American lit crit and history. Pretty decent resume, right? And hello, AC Esquire. How are you doing? We are taking a look at a 1945 printing of the Young Folks Library, which is about to look at the defense of children's literature provided by Charles Eliot Norton. Okay, where were we? In whose good company we too can adventure in the pleasant realm of fancy. The seven champions of Christendom became for us the defenders of the true faith of poetry against the barbaric hordes of the infidels of modern prose. All the magic and glory and wonder of the East then exist for us in the life of Aladdin, in the cave of the 40 thieves, in the genie whom Solomon had imprisoned, in the voyages of Sinbad the sailor. By the way, he's referring to the Richard Byrd and Arabian Nights, with that list specifically. In the voyages of Sinbad the sailor, in whose adventures so astonished the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, but he had the story of the last of them written in letters of gold and deposited in his treasury. Sorry, ring, hello, Edward Said? Oh no, I can't see it there. I got this. Give me a sec. Let me... Hang on. I got you covered. I'm going to leave this up while I read out how he spelled Harun al-Rashid. Actually, chat, I'm going to ask you all to guess. Please type in now your best guess as to how Charles Eliot Norton chose to spell Harun al-Rashid. Oh no, early Arabic Latinization. Okay. Aaron L. Rushed. Shout outs to Aaron L. Rushed. Any other guesses? I'll make it easy for you, by the way. It's not the current Romanization, which is Harun al-Rashid. So we've got Haroun space AL space RASCHID. All told, not as far off as it could have been. Right? OU as the long U. That shows up in Japanese Romanizations as well. But the Rashid, using the German SCH cluster, is just gorgeous. I'm in awe. Rashid. For posterity. What a choice. Anyway, and from the magical realms of the East, we easily enter into fairyland. On the trail of Cinderella's little glass slipper, and entranced by its spell, we ourselves become princes valiant as the best, encountering strange perils and enchantments, and beloved by the fair one with the golden locks. And from fairyland, the journey is not long to our own original native country, in the old days of King Arthur, when there were still giants and ogres to be found in it, and we children climb his beanstalk with Jack or go along with the other Jack on his successful adventures in the killing of the bad giants. And then, coming down a few centuries, we help while the tears run down our cheeks, the kind robin redbreasts to cover the children in the wood with the unwithered leaves, and have part with little Dick Whittington in the good fortune which his famous cat earned for him. I enjoy the implication that Jack and the Beanstalk is set in the reign of King Arthur. I just deeply enjoy that. These are some of the excursions into the world of poetry on which the Child's Own Book takes us while we remain children. They are travels in youth that leave us to 1,000 memories which have the perpetual charm of the childhood of the world interwoven with that of our own happy, childish recollections. Didn't that Jack and the Beanstalk film from a few years ago do that? I know they did it in like a pseudo medievalist thing. I don't remember it being explicitly King Arthur, though. Huh. Maybe it was, though. When this precious little collection of stories was first gathered together, I have not been able to learn. Enquiries recently made have failed to bring out information as to the date of the first edition, nor has a copy been found of any edition earlier than that of 1830. In an edition without date called the 14th, which, much altered and not improved by many omissions and additions, was published in London apparently about 1850, the introduction by the original editor seems to be preserved. Its quaint style and old-fashioned moralizing indicate that it was probably written near the beginning of the 19th century. It is perhaps worth quoting in full to show the intention of the worthy and scrupulous compiler. His old-fashioned moralizing in contrast with our newfangled and sophisticated moralizing. Incredible. It must be evident to all who reflect much upon the subject of early education that many little books have been written which contain stories, anecdotes, legends, etc., well calculated to engage the infant mind, and to lead it gradually, by the flowery paths of amusement and pleasing moral instruction, towards those higher branches of literature, which must at a later period occupy the attention of the well-educated. But owing to the laxity of principle in some of our most popular tales, careful instructors of youth are frequently compelled to withhold real sources of pleasure and improvement from the minds and hearts of their pupils, rather than run the risk of contaminating them. It is difficult to make a selection, besides which many excellent compositions for childhood by writers of high celebrity are not to be procured in a detached state. To exclude, therefore, everything injurious to the moral growth of the youthful reader, and to condense in one volume a complete juvenile library, has been the task, modest in its pretenses, but far from unimportant in its results, with which the editor has charged himself. Many of the pieces have been given entire, while others have been condensed and simplified to the comprehension of childhood. This plan has enabled the editor to combine great variety with this utmost economy. In conclusion, it is trusted that the labors of the editor will prove successful in making easy to his little friends, the juvenile public, an important step in the ladder of knowledge, and that in so doing he has delighted the imagination without corrupting the heart. No one of the stories is here printed for the first time, but the tales are brought together from various printed sources, French and English. It was the Arabian Nights, from which Ali Baba, Aladdin, and the other Eastern stories here retold in simple and lively brevity. It was from the delightful fairy tales which Charles Perrault, recalling them as he had heard them in his own childhood, wrote down for his own children, and published in 1697 for the benefit of our children, that our compiler took the stories which had been listened to in the chimney corner with rapt attention from time immemorial, Cinderella, Bluebeard, Puss in Boots, and the like. Some of them, Tom Thumb for instance, had been told in England for as long as they had been in France, and had become not less deeply rooted in fireside tradition. Other stories had a genuine English origin, such as The Children in the Wood and The History of Little Jack. All were good, for all bore the stamp of the approval of many a generation of young hearers who had found in them the warrant of their childish beliefs, and held them as true narratives in that world of fancy wherein they rejoiced to dwell, and which more real to them than the actual world which they looked out from their nursery windows. To these old stories the compiler had indeed added some modern ones, not perhaps unworthy to rank with them, but of different tone and color, such as Goody Two-Shoes and a brief compend of Robinson Crusoe. From this edition, these later stories are omitted, partly because of their incongruity with the main body of the tales contained with it, and partly because the best of them are to be printed in other volumes of the series to which this volume belongs. It is safe to say that no other book in this series contains more pleasant nourishment for the poetic imagination, or will serve as a better introduction to the poets who in later life are the best of those friends of the spirit which a man can make for himself. In these days we live and move in prose. We leave many of the sweetest flowers in the garden untended. They grow stunted, they wither, and in their places we devote ourselves to the cultivation of pot herbs and kitchen vegetables. But the quickening and healthy growth of the imagination is not for pleasure only. On its health depend the depth and vivacity of our sympathies with our fellows and the world in which we live, the truth and purity of our sentiments, the soundness of our judgments, and the right direction and control of our wills. This little volume may well answer as the open sesame which shall give the child entrance through the imagination into the treasure house of all the best wealth which the world of books can afford. Charles Eliot Norden. Then there's a note, because the later edition, this is the 1937 edition, which is an edition later than what this secondary introduction was written for. That's right, that means we have a third introduction by the publishers. Note, considerable changes have been made in the present edition of The Storyteller. The conviction is growing amongst educators that many of the good old stories that passed muster in the days of our grandparents, however admirable they may have been in most respects, nevertheless appeal too strongly to the primitive passions. Ruthless deeds of violence and bloodshed are depicted. Monsters and ogres are presented so realistically as to scare sensitive children. Questions of morality are treated unsatisfactorily. For instance, the famous story of Bluebeard comes to a climax with the lethal closet and the bloody end of the wicked husband. Little Red Riding Hood is eaten by the wily wolf, a dreadful fate which would seem to be a harsh reward for her obedience. The successful deception practiced by Puss in Boots proclaims a low code of ethics, and the engaging and humorous character of Robin Hood would tend to make highway robbery a legitimate profession. Many persons employed in teaching the young deprecate the too early introduction of impressionable children to these stories. It is true they have become part and parcel of literature, and frequent mention of the personages which they portray renders it necessary to make their acquaintance, but the day may well be postponed. Fortunately, there is an abundance of highly imaginative folk tales to which these strictures cannot be applied, and there is no difficulty in supplying the places of these stories, the elimination of which has been suggested by many kindergarten teachers and others. Some of this new material has been taken from the remarkable collection of Russian folk tales made by the historian Polivois. Other selections have been gathered elsewhere. Advantage has been taken in the resetting of the volume to simplify the loose and often stilted style of the old chapbook narrations, but it is hoped without impairing their charm and flavor. The punctuation has also been brought into accordance with more modern usage. With these modifications, the praise which the late Professor Norden lavished on the child's own book may with even greater sincerity be applied to The Storyteller. Incredible. So we have three different generations of increasing moralization occurring. Absolutely iconic. Deeply frustrating, but absolutely iconic. And it speaks something to, 1930s popular taste versus 1888, that, even Robin Hood is getting got. Gosh, does it stop at the 1001 Nights for Eastern ones? Yes. And in this edition, the only one of those stories to pass muster is Aladdin. Sinbad? God. Alibaba? God. Literally just Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. So I don't even think the entire story of Aladdin as Richard Burton translated it even makes it in. I think it's just a snippet of Aladdin. My god. You're so right. What else is one to say to that? Well, we will have to be careful, but I'm increasingly thinking that Walt Disney had a copy of one of these. Actually, he probably had the previous one, the Child's Own book. Right? Because Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, Puss in Boots had been in here, but that's, later. Robin Hood. We're all in this. And not all of them get caught in the same distance, but I suspect that if not this exact volume, one awfully close to it was sitting in Disney's library, and he was flipping through it when deciding what films should be made. Blanche and Rosalinda, The White Cat. Okay, one thing that is really lovely in this setup are the prints. Right? We have these gorgeous, gorgeous arts and craft influenced filigrees, and then set within the pages there are these little, looks like they're woodblock. Nope. No, they're not. They're engravings. These little steel plate engravings that are set in alongside the type. Ooh, old fairy tale books. Oh yeah, Magistressa, and a lot of volumes of them. So this is based on the Child's Own book, but is a heavily reduced version of it. Some of the other volumes are basically just Hans Christian Andersen. But I was complaining about, right, when I pulled the fairy tales off the list, I was like, wait, where are our French fairy tales? The Madame la Comtesse d'Aulnoy is in here, as is, well, actually, pretty much every Charles Perrault fairy tale is cut from this edition of the text. Literally, like, all of them have been cut. As has Robin Hood. On the grounds that they're, what was the exact comment? I've already forgotten it. You'll get a kick out of this, Magistressa. According to the publishers of the 1937 edition, the successful deception practiced by Puss in Boots proclaims a low code of ethics. And so it got cut. It's so good. That's the exact sort of spice that I was hoping to get out of this. Wait, they're not all engravings. Sorry, I'm going to do a book nerd comment here. Why are they not all engravings? I have no idea if this is going to work for you to see it. Hays Codes bastard. I mean... Can't have stories about promoting stealing from the rich and the Gilded Age, but they were fine in the 1901 and the 1902 and the 1910 editions. It's only in the 1937 edition that they're actually crunching. They're actually getting crunched, and it's very funny. That last bit felt very old Disney, right? That's why I'm like 100% sure that Disney had a copy of the Child's Own book as I'm looking at the table of contents of this one. I'm super duper sure that there's a copy of this in the Disney offices in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. You'd be promoting communism and antisocial and irreligious philosophy. No, you're just promoting bad morals. Hang on, sorry. I do need to emphasize the greatest illustration I have ever seen. Everyone, please appreciate this for being the greatest artistic decision anyone has ever made in the history of art. Look at that little dude. We need it as an emote? You're so right, I will see what I can do. God, the White Cat is such a weird story. Actually, the White Cat might be one of the oddest stories in this entire compilation. By the way, chat, do we remember what they said? I think it's a different White Cat. At least he's never mentioned. But anyway, remember what we were saying about their worrying about the graphic violence of giants and ogres that would terrify small children? Content warning before I flip this over for a decapitated cat! Morals? We're really concerned about the depiction of violence to the youths. What the fuck? This isn't even... Huh? This isn't even a scene in the story. They just put it in there for no reason. Okay, let me... Ugh. This is a very long story, so I'm not going to read it. It's like, what? 39... It is 17 pages long. But yeah, the relevant text block is walking through a fire. Yeah, but they edited out of the text. Hang on. Hang on. Unless if it's on the previous page and it's just completely gotten done. Okay, the second prince was, So they once again took leave of the king and of one another and set out without delay. The young prince quickly arrived in his splendid car at the palace of his dear white cat. Everything went on as before till the end of another year. Only one day of the year remained when the white cat thus addressed him. Tomorrow, my prince, you must present yourself at your father's palace and give a proof of your obedience. It depends on yourself to conduct the most beautiful princess ever seen, for the time has come when the enchantment by which I am bound may be ended. You must take a hold of my paw and walk with me through the fire. I said the prince hastily. I walk with you into the fire? You surely mean to try my affection, which, believe me, beautiful cat, is truly yours. You are mistaken, generous prince, she said. I do not doubt your love, but if you wish to see me in any form other than that of a cat, you must consent to do as I desire. Then you will have done me a service I shall never be able sufficiently to repay. The prince's eyes filled with tears, yet he felt obliged to undergo the test. He took the cat by the paw and stepped with her into the fire. No sooner was this done than the most beautiful lady his eyes had ever seen appeared, and before he had sufficiently recovered from his surprise to speak to her, a long train of attendants, who at the same moment that their mistress were changed to their natural shapes, came to offer their congratulations to the queen and inquire her commands. So the text has been edited out to change the trial from being animal murder into animal combustion, but the print is not. Fascinating. Baffling. I am so confused. Confuse some kids real good. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to have a little digression for art history and book history. Some of these are clearly steel plate engravings. Hi, Goldilocks. I'm glad you're here too, I guess. Like, the very first thing in the story is Goldilocks and the Three Bears. And then we have Beauty and the Beast. Which, by the way, the Beast is, not as handsome. Right. I understand the heroine of this version of the story doing this. Right. Given that this is the color lithograph, with which of the end result. Right. That's not a strict downgrade. Depends on how much a freak the heroine is. True, but you know, you gotta be real freaky for the boar furry versus kind of milquetoast freak for the Disney furry. Boar and deer elements were also popular before Jean Cocteau populated the bear lion look. Yeah. Anyway, book history time. You won't be able to really see it, I think, but this is a steel plate engraving. So you can see very, very faintly, like there's some very subtle shading in the cloak there that's done by crosshatches. So you're literally drawing little X's back and forth in the space, or to create the darkness. That's a technique that's incredibly characteristic of engravings, which is a form of printing where you're carving the design into a plate. You then run some ink over the top, wipe it away, so ink is only left in the spots you have carved out. And then when you press the paper on really heavily, and the ink gets sucked up onto the paper, and voila. If we look at some of these other prints, Well, that's a delightful one. This is also, I think, an engraving. Uh, just because the delicacy of the line work would be a pain in the ass to do on a wood block. But look at how delightful the fairy godmother is. I actually love that print. No, this is intaglio. This is not lithography. Lithograph is something else. Right, the color ones are lithographs. These are intaglio prints. Anyway, I suspect some of these. Yeah, okay, this one's a really clear example. That one right there. That is a woodblock print. It's possibly it's possibly not woodblock. It might be a block of lead instead, but regardless, that's a relief print. That's carved the exact opposite way as the intaglio prints elsewhere. So I can tell because look how the ink is splodging. Right there, where the ink did like weird splodgy stuff when the print didn't quite transfer correctly. Super characteristic of that they over-inked the relief print and then misapplied the pressure, which caused some weird splodginess. And then you have this, which is a lithograph. So, right, both the engravings and the woodblock prints require you to carve a piece in order to transfer the ink. Lithograph does not. You're actually drawing it in basically clear crayon. Right, that's basically at the core of it. For a lithograph, you take a big flat stone, and you paint what you want it to using a crayon. Then the whole stone is treated in dipped in water, and then an oil-based ink is applied over the top. Now the crayon repels the water, so the ink is going to sit on the dry crayon. And run off the wet stone because oil and water don't mix. Once you've done that, then it'll just go squish, and off you go, and it transfers the ink onto the paper, and you're good to go. Do I have a magnifying glass somewhere? Hang on. There's something weird going on the print, and I need to find a magnifying glass to figure out what it is. Give me a second here. Damn. I don't have one easily accessible. This is terrible news. I have betrayed my honor. What I'm seeing is that there's some shading in the print. She's got that like white rough thing. There are pink lines running through it, but they're clearly intentional because they're outlined around her head. But they don't look like photochemical lines. They're doing something else weird. So, I'll have to remember to grab a magnifying glass to take a look at that more closely. But that's neat. There's some neat technical stuff going on in there. Anyway. There's a lot of sort of the expected ones here. Uh, okay, that's very fun and silly though. Magistressa, Avenant, for the fair one with the golden locks. Like, I'm not familiar with this story, particularly. Is that ringing bells for you? It's another long one. It's way longer than I want to actually read. Uh... Why is... Slut of Laska? Potentially. It involves a... No. Well, sort of. Da, 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 da. So King sends a servant to woo a woman, and then there's a carp. Instead of eating a magic thing, he saves a goldfish, and the carp, and that lets him talk to animals. And so let's see, uh, mm-hmm. Then, let's see. So trial one is that the princess pulled a ring from her finger and lost it. And then the dog goes and finds it. Well, the dog helps the carp find it. And then second will be to take out the giant Gallifron. And then the third one is to take out a dragon. And it's just the dog. It's the carp, the crow, and an owl are the three animals with a dog that each helps look for a shiny. Then they come back. The king gets. The king throws him in jail. The princess says, "Actually, screw this. I'm marrying Avenant," and moves on. Karamel Yari Erbin refers to that story that got adapted into a Czech fairy tale movie, Princess Goldilocks. Makes sense. I wonder why they made it all so French. Czech fairy tale movies are very silly. Uh, sure. That also explains why it's such an awkward English translation, right? The fair one with golden locks is kind of a very awkward title of a thing, but Zlatovlaska is much more fluid. Anyway, it has this absolutely incredible illustration. '60s pulp authors eat your hearts out. Look at that armor, ye mighty, and realize that that is a Final Fantasy Dragoon. It is. Hey, I know my Final Fantasy characters when I see them. Huh. Okay, this is a story I feel like I should have read before, but haven't. The Seven Champions of Christendom. In former times, a very great while ago, when there were giants, enchanters, and magicians who had the power to do wicked actions, it was foretold that in Christendom would arise 7 worthy champions whose renown for good and valiant deeds shall be spread throughout the whole earth. The first of these heroes was to be Saint Denis of France, the second, St. James of Spain, the third, St. Anthony of Italy, the fourth, St. Andrew of Scotland, the fifth, St. Patrick of Ireland, the sixth, St. David of Wales, and the seventh and most famous of all, the valiant St. George of England. The 9 worthies became only worth 7 due to loss of value over time. You're so right. Budget cuts, you know? I've literally never heard of a version of St. George and the Dragon that involves, like, 4 different magicians. The rest of the worthies all, getting kidnapped multiple times. And, St. George killing the dragon. St. George killing the giant Leogre in a castle somewhere east of Damascus? Also, the dragon is inside this castle instead of just out kidnapping other people. This feels like a Catholic devotional idea that's new, right? So, hang on, in order. Thing number 1. Caliba, a great and most wicked enchantress, now trembled for the downfall of her power, so she sent evil spirits under her command to steal 6 of these heroes while they were yet in their cradles and bring them to her bronze castle. But she thought she would herself make sure of St. George, who was born in Coventry, and son of the Lord High Steward of England, for she was much more afraid of him than the others. So Caliba kidnaps all of these kids who definitely weren't alive at the same time, trust. And then she picks the horse Bucephalus, leads the very young St. George into an armory where she arms him up, and then tricks Caliba, locks her inside a rock. They all head over to Coventry, and then they split up. St. George immediately goes to Egypt and kills a dragon. And then the princess that he's saving, the princess that he's saving is the Princess Sabra of Egypt. Maybe I should just leave this up for a while. He could hardly, having done this, he had hardly reached the city when he was basely set upon by 12 armed men hired to kill him by the king of Morocco, who was courting the Princess Sabra. St. George put these fools to flight, and when he came to the court, he was treated with all sorts of honors, and the lovely Sabra gave him a diamond ring as a mark of her esteem, and definitely not engagement. So then the king of Morocco tells the king of Egypt, hey, you do know that St. George is Christian, right? It's kind of in the name, Saint. This pisses off the king of Egypt, and so he writes a letter to the king of Persia that St. George should be put to death. And he gets thrown in jail, prays really hard about it, and then breaks his chains and murders the lions that he got thrown to. Meanwhile, Saint-Denis, is wandering through the Arabian desert, finds a mulberry tree, eats it, turns into a deer. And lives as a deer for 7 years, and then eats a rose, and therefore turns back into human, cuts down the mulberry tree, and finds out that the mulberry tree was actually the princess of Thessaly. Meanwhile, St. James of Spain kills a griffin in Sicily. And then has a hunt in Jerusalem. Gets informed that, hey, he's also Christian, and instead gets chosen to die. St. James says, hey, a virgin should shoot me with a bow and arrow. And everyone else goes like, no. The king granted her request, but declared that if he should ever attempt to enter Palestine again, he should suffer death. And then marries the Princess of Palestine by sneaking into the palace, seducing her, and then they bolt off to Spain. By the way, they're getting married. You know, these Catholic saints. St. Anthony of Italy kills a giant and rescues the 7 princesses of Thrace, 6 of which are in the form of swans. The 7th one is vibing out. St. Andrew of Scotland is still there. Forcibly converts the king of Thrace, and that turns the swan daughters back into people. And then they all they follow him back to Scotland, get lost, end up in Ireland, get kidnapped. St. Patrick bails him out. Meanwhile, St. David of Wales goes to Tartaria. Yeah, that's the whole story. He just goes to Tartaria. No. Meanwhile, oh, sorry. He goes to Tartaria and then takes a nap. St. George bails him out of that one. Because St. David tried to pull a sword out of a stone and fell asleep about it. St. George is just built different and so succeeds where St. David failed. Also, that wakes up St. David. Then St. David goes back to Tartaria. St. George goes to Morocco. The king of Morocco gets torn to pieces by lions. They travel to Constantinople, and everyone else is also there. Ignore that St. Patrick has done nothing this entire time. Um, and then they leaving Constantinople. They all agreed that they should forcibly convert the entire world, and so they have 500,000 people rally to their army. Somehow, the pagans got an army still greater in numbers than that of the Christians, but they could not agree who should be in charge of them, and so the kings of Persia, Egypt, and Jerusalem drew off their armies. And then that leaves the king of Morocco, but that doesn't stop them from having a civil war. And so the Christians just kind of show up after the fact and go like, what the heck? And then... Meanwhile, St. George's wife, Sabra, was left in England, got betrayed and is about to get burned at the stake. So they teleport back to England to deal with that. And then... And then what? The Queen of the Amazons shows up. St. George helps her out. There's a cursed castle in the giant, but it's not important. It's, like, not even interesting. Then there's a necromancer named Osmond, famously Egyptian name, Osmond the Necromancer. St. George bails out his entire army. Osmond gets bound to an oak tree because oak trees definitely grow in Egypt and Persia, and gets kidnapped by evil spirits and goes to hell. And then they go to Damascus. There's some alchemy, spelled Alchymy, just because. There's another giant somewhere east of Arabia. Don't worry about it. And then there's an evil knightly ogre who kidnaps the rest of the 6 champions, and George bails everyone out yet again. The end. Maybe I do understand why I haven't heard of this story before. What the heck did I just skim? Huh? That was wild. Oof. Oh no. I flipped over to Aladdin? I should not have done that. It is basically exactly the Richard Burden translation. But we're just gonna hit them with that. Shoutouts to the Hagia Sophia being here. This is like the one print that's not horrific to show. Randomly, the Hagia Sophia. Hagia Sophia. I definitely remember how stress works in Greek. Shoutouts to it just kind of being there. Yeah, the famously Hagia Sophia is China. That's the dome of the rock with the Hagia Sophia minarets. Yeah, don't worry about it. So... Huh. Yeah, luckily the genie gets very pissed off at him in this story, as is well deserved. Uh, yeah, there's a lot that's really bad in these illustrations. I guess content warning racism. Content warning just so much racism. Here's the genie. So it is Chinese said Aladdin? Yes. As I said, this is following the Richard Burden translation. Uh, while this one is not actually specifying the location, the illustrations do make it clear that he is supposed to be from China, which is something the Burden translation makes clear. Because this is not translated from the Arabic, from any Arabic edition of the text. This is translated from the French edition. And then there's a bunch of Russian stories inserted in. Is that a short one? This is a short one. Anyway. China said Aladdin was the standard. I'm pretty sure the Disney film is why the Middle Eastern set one is more in the cultural sphere. I think that's probably right. Right. But, you know, this is luckily 60 years before Disney Aladdin. Translated Richard Burden, not that Richard Burden. Exactly. So yeah, so much for Volume 1. I do need to figure out what Volume 2 is. Hold. The Merrymaker. All right. I don't know hardly any of these stories. I know a few of them, but I do not know a lot of them. Okay. Table of contents. Fun in Prose and Verse by Joel Chandler Harris. This is introduction number 1. Introduction number 2, Edward Lear and Lewis Carroll by Laura E. Richards. Then we get our actual stories. Funny Leaves for the Younger Branches by Baron Krakemsides of Burst-Modelaven, illustrated by Alfred Croquill. The Dragon's Story by Tudor Jenks. Precocious Piggy by Thomas Hood, illustrated by Tom Hood the Younger. The Cheshire Cat and the Lobster Quadrille by Lewis Carroll. Verses from Lilliput Levy by W.B. Rand. John Gilpin's Ride by William Cowper. The Peterkins Celebrate the 4th of July by Lucretia P. Hale. The Reverend Mr. Troddy by Elizabeth Stewart Phelps. Up the River by Jerome K. Jerome. Queen Alice by Lewis Carroll. A Rustic Drama by William Shakespeare. The Night by Lewis Carroll. The Pickwickians Disport Themselves on the Ice by Charles Dickens. Baron Munchausen in Russia by Ari Raspe. An Experiment in Changing Colors by Samuel Warren. Till Owlglass Funny Pranks by Julia Isabel Bull. Among the Lions of Algiers by Alphonse Daudet, The Yarn of the Nancy Bell by William S. Gilbert, The Highly Respectable Gondolier by William S. Gilbert, My Double and How He Undid Me by Edward Everett Hale, The Jackdaw of Ra by Richard Harris Barham, New England Weather by Mark Twain, The Deacon's Masterpiece or The Wonderful One-Hoss Shay by Oliver Wendell Holmes, The Dorchester Giant by Oliver Wendell Holmes, and Limericks by Edward Lear, The Owl and the Pussycat, and the Jumblies. What is a rustic drama of Shakespeare? Merry Wives of... Let's find out. We have the power. $137. I know like 4, so like 6. From A Midsummer Night's Dream. It's just the play within a play. Sort of. Right? It's basically the bottom sections of of Midsummer's, and just the bottom sections. Scene 1. Enter Quint, Snug, Bottom, Flute, Snout, and Starveling. Scene 2. The Woods, Titania lying asleep. Scene 3. The Wood. Athens, Quince's house. And then the actual performance. Alright, much easier to make Bowdlerized and fun, right? You know, strip it of literally all context, rhyme, reason, or logic, but it is Midsummer's, so I guess hooray. Smooch that wall. You're so right. Let's see what they say is fun in prose and verse, because I have some questions. In this book of fun, the publishers have supplied, under exacting and painstaking editorship, selections from the very best of the world's literature intended to amuse and instruct the children. There was a great mass of material to select from. This has been carefully winnowed until it may fairly be claimed that the contents of the present volume include the funniest efforts of the wise humorists of the world to please the children. The greater part, if not all, of the selections to be found in this volume have had the approval of more than one generation of children, and yet some of them have the modern tang and texture. It may, however, be said that what is good is always modern, and much of that which has come down to us from the ancients is as new as anything that was produced yesterday. And as for fun, some of the jokes that were popular in ancient Greece and Rome are still doing duty today. In every healthy child, the appetite for fun is highly developed from the first. It seems to be an instinct indeed, and wise and careful parents, recognizing it as such, perceive the necessity of nursing it into a fuller and sweeter development by feeding it on what is sound and wholesome and nourishing. In this way, the fun-loving instinct is made to contribute to character and individuality, and it becomes an important part of the intellectual equipment of childhood and youth. This fun-loving instinct of childhood is so vigorous and insistent that, if left to itself, there is danger that it will come to relish forms of amusement that do not tend to the making of character of the highest kind. There is danger, indeed, that it will come to relish forms of amusement that are coarse, if not brutal. For the healthy child must be amused. It must have fun. It must have something on which to expend its never-ending supplies of laughter. To expend its never-ending supplies of laughter. It is to guard against this tendency of human nature when left to itself that thoughtful parents seek to supply their children with an abundance of the material from which innocent and wholesome fun may be extracted. And it is to this end that many of the world's geniuses have from time to time, in their hours of leisure and their moments of relaxation, provided a unique and distinct literature which children have made their own. The inventions and the humorous productions that have for the purpose the amusement and instruction of children are much superior to those intended for their elders. So much so that grown people have been compelled to become children again, which is not a hard matter for those who have tried to keep their youth, and we behold them taking as much enjoyment out of books they buy for their children as the youngsters themselves. This indeed is the supreme test of a book that is intended for children. Does it appeal to grown people, those who, however old they may be, have kept their hearts fresh and young? Can it be taken up and enjoyed by the parents as well as the children? If so, it is a good book for the young of all ages. Mrs. Laura E. Richards is to be envied the privilege which has been accorded her of saying something about the personality of Edward Lear, whose delightful nonsense verses appeal to all healthy minds. He deserves the tribute that is so gracefully paid to him, and the same may be said of each author whose best contributions to the innocent amusement of childhood are contained in this volume. Something in regard to the personality of the author of the immortal dialogue between Punch and Judy would be extremely interesting, and surely Tudor Jenks's Dragon Story entails him to a brief biography while he is still a modern, for after a while he will be as much of a myth as any of the classics who have contributed to the enjoyment of childhood. Why does this sound like a lot of discourse on children's media nowadays? Because we have truly not advanced in any way, shape, or form. I do appreciate the acknowledgement, right? That's from the original volume, I believe. So, in the 1900s, they're already identifying that children's lit should have something for parents. And that which is good is always modern. And then there was a lot of nonsense and moralizing in there. To which I have some questions. It is technically based, but I'm just going to read the funny leaves for the younger branches, and you can tell me if it's funny in any way, shape, or form. Mr. Tim resolves on sport. I'll have some sport, said Mr. Tim, like hunters of renown. I'll slaughter them both right and left. Egad, I'll bring them down. He smiled, and smiling went to sleep with thoughts of shedding blood, and woke and found the sun was up in glorious golden flood. He took some bullets, round and large, and gun with ample bore, and took his powder fine and strong, with sandwiches a store. He took his little crossbred dog to hunt the covers round, then dived into the tangled wood where elephants were found. He does see an elephant. With stealthy tread and wary peep each shady nook he passed, with eyes and ears distended wide he clutched his weapons fast. When he heard a heavy tread that made the dead that fed upon the waving leaves far, far above his head. More like a mountain than a beast, that elephant appeared, as ever and anon in sport its pliant trunk it reared. His dismay. His little dog just gave a growl of fright and fear combined, with teeth all showing in a row and tail tucked in behind. The elephant sent forth a cry and flapped his monstrous ears, as if to say, "Who is it with my breakfast interferes?" Off like a shot the puppy ran with ears and tail forlorn, and Tim was after in a trice to see where he had gone. The elephant went dashing on through trees both great and small, with lifted trunk and thrilling cry like some great clarion's call. Tim ponders and resolves. Tim followed him, but with his eyes into the darksome woods, and scratched his head and rubbed his chin in contemplative mood. But soon resolved he climbed a rock, from which with safety he might peep and see the whereabouts that elephant might be. Adzooks! He saw him sure enough, and many more besides, all browsing on the tender leaves quite friendly side by side. He fires. He raised his deadly barrel straight without one single pain, and fired right amidst the lot with one tremendous bang. Down went the brute, and down went Tim, all lengthwise on his back. He felt annihilated quite, he came down such a whack. Off ran the drove, with screaming cries through brake and briar and fell. With footsteps thundering on the earth, they startled all the dell. But one poor thing, left moaning there, with little life to boast, just rolled its flimsy eyes around and then gave up the ghost. Then Tim sat up and looked around with idiotic stare, and wondering very much at what he had been doing there. He admires his game. He rose, then round and round the brute he walked with wondering eye, and thought to carry such a load would all his strength defy. He pulled it by its massive trunk, he pulled it by its tail. He put out all his puny strength, but all of no avail. He might as well have tried to move the mountains by its side, and thus he found that he must lose the homage to his pride. Who would believe he'd done the deed? Who would not say no go? For if he could not take it home, he had no proof to show. He is taken by surprise. So once again he tried his force with all his power put. He could as well have raised the earth, it did not move a foot. Just in the midst, a roar was heard that rolled across the plain, made by a brute just twice as big as that great one he'd slain. With rolling eyes it glared on Tim, enough his blood to freeze, and all his courage dying out he sank upon his knees. Revenge. With rapid twist he seized poor Tim around his slender waist and opened wide his cavern mouth to grind him into paste. "Oh, dearie me! Oh, gracious me! Oh, heavens, what a fate!" cried Tim, when at the cries the brute appeared to hesitate, then slowly rolled him tighter up, though very tight indeed. Then like an engine off he set across the plains at speed. Torture! He stopped upon a rocky cliff where you might see below the sea roll high with dinning noise with foam like driven snow. He dangled here, he dangled there, he dangled to and fro. He every moment felt the trunk preparing to let go. When just as he thought all was up, when he from life must pass, the brute quite coolly turned him round and sat him on the grass. They try him. "Hi, Arachne of Sparta, how are you doing?" "It's been a while, yeah, how are you doing?" We're doing, as you can see, we're doing fun stuff. You know, this is humorous, whimsical, entertaining literature appropriate for children. Currently, this man is on trial for elephant murder. Oh, horrid sight from either side, from hill and dale and wood, came trotting up with might and main an elephantine brood. They soon arrange a rural court, where he was to be tried for having been found in the act of elephanticide. They argued this, they argued that, but they argued well indeed, but yet they could not argue that Tim had not done the deed. The verdict. Up rose the judge, an elephant of sage and solemn look, and gave the verdict just as if he'd read it in a book. "Man, man," said he who judge your kind by laws thought wise and good, declared that it is right and just to claim man's blood for blood. Now we, though brutes despised by you, to you a lesson give, nor like revenge make justice seem, so do decree you live. But far from all your fellow men these wilds must be your fate, and thus the murder of our friends alone you'll expiate. Tim fainted at the dread decree and lay like mud and dead. For he felt too well the force of all that wise brute said. I do need to point out, that is a freaking incredible print. Just got a new job at the university hospital after 6 months of fun employment. Good for you. Congratulations on the job. I hope it is satisfying. The flight. Half frenzied by his dreadful fate, he started up to flee, and soon beyond his guards he fled and gained a neighboring tree. He climbed its high and rugged side like chimpanzee as fast, until he gained a little branch which rested him at last. But at the foot, all watching him, stood elephants a score, which showed him to be in a fix more dreadful than before. At last the branch began to crack, then parted from the tree. Rush, bang, smash, crash, a horrid fall, then down came toppling he. Long, long he kept whirling on, still keeping every sense, expecting every blow the last with agony intense. The end, when whack, a blow of dreadful force, he thought his life was spread, which on the carpet brought him down that ran about his bed. And then, with eyes distended wide, he sat upon the ground, and rubbed the place he'd hurt the most with jackdaw look profound. Ha ha! With ringing laugh cried he, "This warning I will deem sufficient to keep me at home, although 'twas but a dream. That fine old elephant was right in what he said to me. In maiming, slaughtering those poor brutes, what pleasure could there be?" With that he rearranged the clothes and made his pillow nice, then snoozled down, resolved to take the elephant's advice. The end. I mean, yay? Congrats for advocating that the big game hunting is unethical? I guess? I have questions. The next one is a dragon telling a story about a man. Right? A story of knights attacking dragons, but from the perspective of the dragons. So the dragons sitting around the fire in the armchair. "Mama, please tell us a story," cried all the young dragons. "Children, do be less noisy," said their father, the Honorable Samuel P. Dragon. He had slain a knight that very evening, and was perhaps a little irritable. Young dragons should be thoughtful, and should never disturb their parents after the night's fighting is over. Hush, children, said Mrs. Dragon. Your father has to fight hard all night, and in the day he needs his rest. I will tell you one nice story if you will promise to go quietly to bed afterwards. The youngsters crawled down into comfortable hollows in the rock, and Mrs. Dragon prepared to begin her story. I suppose you prefer a man's story? Please, Mama, we are so tired of When I Was a Little Dragon. Tell us a real man's story, but be sure not to have the dragon hurt. We like it to end happily, Mama. Very well, listen quietly now. Don't rustle your wings nor flop your tails, Sammy. Stop blowing flames into your sister's face this instant, this moment. Not a word shall you hear. The classic name formula of classical/biblical middle initial noun. Hey, it works every time. The Honorable Samuel P. Dragon. It's a great name. No notes. The Cheshire Cat, so a selection from Alice in Wonderland. With the dancing lobsters and the frogs inviting people to the Queen of Hearts things. Honorable Lord or Lawyer. MP, I think. One must assume the dragons have parliament. And Sammy absolutely named after his dad, right? The Bewitched Choice or Queen Mab in the Child World. Here comes Queen Mab in her coach and six. Look out for mischievous fairy tricks. Look out, good boys, look out. Or look out, good girls, look out, brave boys. I know she comes to bewitch your toys. Hither she flows like the down of a thistle, so mind the peg top and mind the hoop. Bring on the kite with a gun and swoop, hide the popgun and plug up the whistle. But don't say Dolly's a bed with the croup, for if you tell her to fib, my dear, she'll fasten your door key to your ear. Then the kite went flying up to the moon, and the man with the sticks who lives up there kicked it through with his clouded shoon, and the tail hung dangling down in the air. But Harry wouldn't let go of the string, although it nearly broke with the strain. Said he, well, this is a comical thing, but the kite is mine, and they'll have it again. Now whistle 3 times, cried Cunning Neil, and over your shoulder throw your shoe, and pull once more, and say this spell, Fustum Funna Dos Danter Rabu. But Harry made a mistake in the charm, saying, Fustum Funny Dos Danter Abu Rack, and a dreadful pain went all his arm, and he fell down shouting right on his back. The nail took hold and pulled the string, and the kite came down all safe and sound, and a piece of the moon away did bring, which you may have for a silver pound. Etc., etc., etc. Lilliput Levy is very fun. Godfrey Gordon Gustavus Gore, no doubt you've heard the name before, was a boy who would never shut the door. So a lot of this is basically comic poetry. And then we have the Peterkin Papers. We have a selection from the Trotty book by Elizabeth Stewart Phelps. We have more Through the Looking Glass. We have Midsummer Night's Dream. We have more Through the Looking Glass. We have Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. You know, famously comical Pickwick Papers. And the next one will actually go through in any more detail because I just love it very dearly. Baron Munchausen in Russia by Ari Raspe. The name of Munchausen has come to stand for the type of the narrator who boldly exaggerates his exploits beyond the limits of credibility. Karl Friedrich Hieronymus Baron von Munchausen, belonging to an ancient Hanoverian family which is still in existence, was born in 1720, and after serving in the Russian campaigns against the Turks, died in 1797. The collection of marvelous stories attributed to him was largely written by a talented and rascally Hanoverian named Rudolf Erich Raspe. It was first published in English in 1785. Many of the marvelous stories were based on medieval German jokes. Have you seen The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, the Terry Gilliam film? It's good fun. Eric Idle plays the Baron, uh, and I think is probably the best of the post Python Terry Gilliam films. From 1988. I set off on a journey to Russia, in the midst of winter, from a just notion that frost and snow must of course mend the roads, which every traveller had described as uncommonly bad through the northern parts of Germany, Poland, Courland, and Livonia. I went on horseback, as it is the most convenient manner of travelling, provided, however, that rider and horse are in good condition. In this way, there is not the likelihood of your having an affair of honour, on account of a groundless quarrel with any worthy host, nor being compelled to stop before every inn, at the mercy of the postilion swindling you. Yeah, I was. I think you mentioned some Grimm in another volume. Is there any Heinrich Hoffmann, Struvel Peter, Demon Taylor, Soup and Caspar? There probably isn't. But I'm only in volume 2, and I have not looked through most of the volumes in any quickness. So, we shall find out. We shall find out. I was but lightly clothed, and of this I felt the inconvenience the more I advanced northeast. What must not a poor old man have suffered in that severe weather and climate, whom I saw in a bleak common in Poland, lying on the road, helpless, shivering, and hardly having wherewithal to cover his nakedness? I pitied the poor soul. Though I felt the severity of the air myself, I threw my mantle over him, and immediately I heard a voice from the heavens blessing me for that piece of charity, saying, "You will be rewarded for this, you will be rewarded, my son, for this in time." I went on. Night and darkness overtook me. No sight or sound of a village was to be met with. The country was covered with snow, and I was unacquainted with the road. Tired, I alighted and fastened my horse to something like the pointed stump of a tree, which appeared above the snow. For the sake of my safety, I placed my pistols under my arm and lay down on the snow, where I slept so soundly I did not open my eyes till full daylight. It is not easy to conceive my astonishment to find myself in the midst of a village lying in a churchyard. Nor was my horse to be seen, but I heard him soon after neigh somewhere above me. On looking upwards, I beheld him hanging by his bridle to the weathercock of the steeple. Matters were now very plain to me. The village had been covered with snow overnight, a sudden change of weather had taken place, I had sunk down to the churchyard while asleep, gently, and in the same proportion as the snow had melted away, and when in the dark I had taken to be the stump of a little tree appearing above the snow, to which I had tied my horse, proved to have been the cross or weathercock of the steeple. Without long consideration, I took one of my pistols, shot the bridle in two, brought down the horse, and proceeded on my journey. Here the Baron seems to have forgot his feelings. He should certainly have ordered his horse a feed of corn after fasting so long. You may easily imagine that I spent much of my time out of town with such gallant fellows as knew how to make the most of an open forest country. The very recollection of those amusements gives me fresh spirits and creates a warm wish for a repetition of them. One morning I saw through the windows of my bedroom, but a large pond not far off was covered with wild ducks. In an instant I took my gun from the corner, ran downstairs, and out of the house in such a hurry that I imprudently stuck my face against the doorpost. Fire flew out of my eyes, but it did not prevent my intention, for I soon came within shot. When levelling my piece, I observed to my sorrow that even the flint had sprung from the cock by the violence of the shock I had just received. There was no time to be lost. I presently remembered the effect it had on my eyes, therefore opened the pan, levelled the piece against the wild fowls, and my fist against one of my eyes. The Baron's eyes have retained fire ever since, and appear particularly illuminated when he relates this anecdote. A hearty blow drew sparks again, the shot went off, and I killed 50 brace of ducks, 20 widgeons, and 3 couple of teals. The stories all continue in this manner. There are very many of these short stories, but aren't they just great? Oh, Till Eulenspiegel. Translated into English by Julia Isabel Bull. Right? I was not expecting Eulenspiegel. I don't know that this is what I imagine when I talk about Eulenspiegel. But you know, fair play to them. I guess I guess he just wants to dress up like Hollywood, like the Danny Kaye court jester outfit. I don't know. Oh, good, 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 good. He does become a court jester, but like not less, or not yet. He's in the wrong. It's in the wrong order of things, you know. Well, I'll tell one because it's only 2 pages. Eulenspiegel indulged in many pranks while at court, much to the amusement of the archbishop, who often laughed heartily at his capers. Till became very fond of the archbishop, and frequently when he noticed that the cares of the government pressed heavily upon him, Eulenspiegel would endeavor with his nonsense to make his master smile, and thus drive the clouds from his brow. Early one morning, the archbishop stood at a window of the palace facing the marketplace. He looked unusually worried, so Till took his stand beneath the window with a large wooden tub in front of him. As the farmers' wives came to market with milk to sell, he bought of each one all she had, and let her pour it into his tub, marking the number of quarts with a piece of chalk on the outside. The women stood about waiting for their pay, which Eulenspiegel promised them as soon as his tub should be full. When it was filled to the brim, he said, "I have no money today, but I'll pay you all in 2 weeks if you can wait that long. If you cannot, take back your milk." The women first looked puzzled, then angry. Then each tried to dip out the milk she had poured into the tub. This soon led to a quarrel. They pulled and pushed and finally struck at each other with their pails until all the milk was spilled and thrown about the place. The men, attempting to separate the women, mixed in the strife until the whole market was in an uproar. The battle lasted as long as there was a drop of milk left in the tub, much to the amusement of the spectators. The archbishop at his window laughed until he had to hold his sides. When he learned that Till had perpetrated this prank for his entertainment, he sent his servant down to pay the women for their milk and to thank Eulenspiegel for the amusement he had furnished him. The market inspector, however, was not so well pleased with the disturbance and complained to the mayor, who at once sent for Till. The latter dressed himself in rags and presented himself at the mayor's house. The servant who answered his knock told him without asking who he was that his master was busy and could not see him. So, Eulenspiegel, satisfied that he had done what was required of him, went away. A week later, the mayor sent for him again. This time, Till dressed himself in the archbishop's livery of red velvet and silver, and went again to the mayor's house. This time he was admitted at once and ushered into the mayor's presence. Without saying a word, Eulenspiegel began to kiss his red velvet cloak and the archbishop's crest embroidered on it. "What does this mean?" asked the mayor in surprise. "Why do you kiss your coat?" "Not my coat, but the archbishop's," answered Till. "I do it because this coat admitted me to your presence. I was here 8 days ago in my own ragged coat, but you were busy and could not see me. But today I am admitted at once, and I cancelled the archbishop's livery." The mayor saw he had been at fault, and so he tried to make amends by reprimanding Eulenspiegel as leniently as possible for the disturbance he had created at the market, telling him in the future not to set the market women to quarreling. "I will remember," said Till. Eulenspiegel refrained for so long a time after this from joking that the archbishop noticed it and asked him why he was so charged. "I am learning the black art," said Till. The archbishop laughed and asked Eulenspiegel to give him proof of his powers as a magician. "Come with me to the market," said Till, "and I will show you a woman who has earthenware for sale. Without speaking to her, I will cast a spell over her by my incantations, so that she will get up, seize a stick, and break every one of her dishes into pieces." The archbishop was so incredulous that he offered a wager of $30 that Eulenspiegel could not do it. So they went together to the marketplace, and Till showed his master from a distance which woman he would bewitch. Then he began to mutter to himself and make strange gestures as though casting a spell over his victim. Suddenly the woman sprang to her feet, seized the stick, and beat her crockery as though possessed until every dish was broken into 1,000 pieces. The archbishop stared in astonishment, and as soon as they returned to the palace, he took Eulenspiegel to his room, locked and bolted the door, and after paying him the wager, promised to give him a fat ox if he would divulge the secrets of his witchcraft. My black arts at Till consisted of paying the women beforehand the price of her wares, and telling her to smash everything at a given signal from me. So, yeah, once upon a time, we're going to do your master's thesis on the gesture tradition leading from Till Eulenspiegel to Mimas by Lily Tall. That sounds awesome. Now, Till Eulenspiegel touch not the stone with ruthless hands, for buried here till Eulenspiegel stands. The year of our Lord, 1350. So there seems to be mostly these sorts of stories of comic poems, absurdist jokes, heavily Baudelarized, and heavily pared down to reduce the, scatological, inappropriate, innuendo-filled realities of most of these stories. And yeah. Some of them are quite long and quite serious literature. Some of them, there's one particular one here. Oh, wait, is it that Oliver Wendell Holmes? Yeah, it's that Oliver Wendell Holmes? Okay, The Elder. Okay, I was nearly very alarmed, because there are two stories by Oliver Wendell Holmes. Oliver Wendell Holmes is a Supreme Court justice. But, thankfully, that is Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., who is was a Supreme Court justice. These are by his father, Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr., who is also an extremely serious person. Who is well respected as a physician, but is a contemporary in the poetic realm of Longfellow, Whittier, William Cullen Bryant, etc. And so wrote various short things. So that makes significantly more sense than the jurisprudist and Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., which is who I thought it was, what processed who Oliver Wendell Holmes was. So yeah, so much for that one. A couple of deep cuts in here, but a lot of just things that are very carefully Baudelarized. And also, I have some questions about the, what are they deciding as too violent versus not, because some of those are pretty dark. Yeah. So much for that. So, what is book 3? A book of famous fairy tales. Alright, friends. Volume 3. A book of famous fairy tales. Featuring, drumroll please, The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen. The Steadfast Tin Soldier by Hans Christian Andersen. The Fir Tree by Hans Christian Andersen. The Storks by Hans Christian Andersen. The Silver Shilling by Hans Christian Andersen. Thumbelina by Hans Christian Andersen. The Ugly Duckling by Hans Christian Andersen. The Corn at the Bottom of the Sea by P.C. Asbjørnsen. We escaped Hans Christian Andersenville. Little Fred and His Fiddle by P.C. Asbjørnsen. The Rooster and the Fox by P.C. Asbjørnsen. Sylvain and Jocosa by the Comte de Caylus. Oh, a Cossack fairy tale. The Enchanted Canary by Charles Dudin. The Three Golden Hairs by the Brothers Grimm. The Straw, the Coal, and the Bean by the Brothers Grimm. Hansel and Gretel, Brothers Grimm. The Frog Prince, Brothers Grimm. The Cat Who Married a Mouse, Brothers Grimm. Fairy Telltrue, Brothers Grimm. The Fishman and His Wife, Brothers Grimm. The Enchanted Stag, Brothers Grimm. The Tailor's Three Sons by the Brothers Grimm. The Stone Cold Heart by William Hauff. Momotaro, or The Little Peachling, a Japanese fairy tale. A Water Baby by Charles Kingsley. The Magic Swan by Herman Kletka. The Enchanted Pig by N. Kramnitz. The Ratcatcher by Charles Morel. And The King of the Golden River, or The Black Brothers by John Ruskin. So, heavy bias towards Hans Christian Andersen and Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm, a fact which should surprise nobody. What continues to be really odd to me, though, is that Brothers Grimm and Andersen end up here. Charles Perrault ended up in the first volume. Why? I don't know. Let's see if the introduction helps us out at all. The Lore of Fairyland by Roswell M. Field. In The Storyteller, the first volume in this library, a glimpse into Fairyland and of the wonders of that illimitable region which it would require a whole library to describe, has already been given to the reader. But the young folk would assuredly not be satisfied with a glimpse only, and would expect a much more substantial contribution from the gnomes, the elves, the nixies, the trolls, and the other wonderful people from the realm of enchantment. This expectation is the cause of no small perplexity, for an embarrassment of riches presents itself. It is not so much a matter of what shall be put in, as what must be left out. For many hundreds of years, the lore of Fairyland has been accumulating, and from the frozen north to Egypt, from the Orient to the New World, the records have been steadily expanding. In such an emergency, the compiler has felt he must narrow the limits to a few well-considered principles, and if it is impossible within the space afforded to take all the best, to content himself with selecting from the best. Not a few men and women who have reached eminence in literature have testified to the value of the fairy tale in stimulating the fancy, developing the imagination, quickening intellectual apprehension, and making more alert the mental faculties. To a degree perhaps not so pronounced, this beneficial result has been reached by others. The fairy tale is replete with living interest. It attracts the attention of the child through his love of the adventurous, keeps him interested through its employment of the mysterious, and attains a good purpose in the vigor of its moral. A little strenuously and jerkily drawn, possibly, but eminently suited to the childish intellect. Of course, some fairy tales, thoughtlessly conceived and carelessly written, are bad for all children, as in specific instances nearly all fairy tales may be bad for some children. But to the child of normal impulses, a healthy mind, and ordinary vigor, the romance of Fairyland is as productive of good mental results as it is full of unequivocal delight. Naturally, Hans Christian Andersen, the master writer of fairy tales, the best and gentlest and sweetest of them all, has largely been drawn upon. No volume of such description as this could fail to include the ugly duckling, Thumbelina the fir tree, the steadfast tin soldier, and the silver shilling. Indeed, it is difficult to leave Andersen at any period of his published stories, and there is no apology for the space his tales occupy. Hey, chat. Do I need to remind everyone of how much of a frickin' weirdo Hans Christian Andersen was? Do I need to inform everyone about how incredibly strange Hans Christian Andersen was? Bisexual disaster with rejection-sensitive dysphoria. Basically. But with the added twist of being a fucking freak. So on his second visit to Charles Dickens, he, one, grossly overstayed his week-long visit by a month, and two, insisted that Dickens' eldest son ought to shave Dickens or ought to shave Andersen every morning, because that was the custom if you were in Denmark. If you are a guest, that the eldest son of the master of the household would do your daily grooming. As far as I can find, this is not a custom in Denmark. He just lies about this. Dickens eventually kicks him out of the house, and Andersen is confused why Dickens is no longer a friend of his after these events. And yes, someone did in fact do a one-page RPG trapped in your house due to Hans Christian Andersen. Hans Christian Andersen is on your lawn, he won't leave, and you refuse to let him in. Surely he has to go home eventually. Surely? Why does he have camping supplies with him? And that is just the actual accurate experience of being associated with Hans Christian Andersen. Right? Most people imagine when they hear Hans Christian Andersen, the heavily processed image of him promoted by the Danny Kaye Hans Christian Andersen fic, though evidently popular long before then. But yes, the most disaster by, who is extremely repressed about his own queerness and has big dysphoria whenever his crush of the week rejects him. Amazingly, the H.C. Andersen Museum in Odense does not go into detail about some of that. Anyway, back to the story. The Grimm brothers are represented by Hansel and Gretel, the tailor's three sons, the three hares, the enchanted stag, and several other stories almost as well known and as popular. From Asbjørnsen, who's the big collector of Norwegian fairy tales, the admirable story of Little Fred and his fiddle has been taken, as well as that of the Kern at the bottom of the sea, the enchanted canary, that charming tale of the golden skinned girls from Flanders is from Dulin. It would not be possible to admit The King of the Golden River, a story that has endeared Ruskin to every child, as worthy to rank with the best of fairy legends, and with equal justice has been proper to include a selection from Kingsley's Water Babies, comprising the only stories from purely English sources. The Ratcatcher is better known to English-speaking children from its humorous setting in Browning's Pied Piper, but it is given here in the close translation. The pretty story of Sylvain and Jocosa by the Count of Caylus is chosen because of its exquisite touch, and the child who is fond of Bluebeard and of the adventures of Cupid and Psyche will find them measurably repeated in Kremnitz's Enchanted Pig. Not the children merely, but persons of maturer years, it is believed, will find in these echoes of childhood the delight of many a recurring hour. I hope, said a famous statesman, I shall never be too old to warm up to a good love story or to lose myself in a capital fairy tale. When the world goes wrong, and time and its operations are out of joint. It is always possible to go to fairyland for an hour or more and revel in the joys of that enchanted country. True, we wake up in the same old world and with the same old reality staring at us, but something of their bitterness has departed and something of a new hope has sprung up. Perhaps there is a perhaps there is a fairyland after all, not the less tangible to us because we are old boys and girls and love the fairies and are loved by them. For such is the established law of the fairy kingdom. Alright, Arachne, Death Shift at a local Lindy Hop dance beckons. Well, that's lovely. Have fun. I love this ending because it echoes what future generations of scholars and writers are going to say, right? This exact summary is basically a summary of the first half of Tolkien's On Fairy Stories distilled into a single paragraph. And that's super lovely. And Ursula Le Guin's From Elfland to Poughkeepsie, I should pronounce New York names correctly, dwells more on the perils of fairyland, but also echoes some of its recuperative power. So, for generations of writers after this, we're observing and addressing the same thing, even as the popular trend throughout the 1920s and 30s is actually going to swing away from fairy stories as unsuitable for adults, unlike what 19th and very early 20th century writers believed. I don't think I need to read any of the stories in detail. Right, most of us, I think, know most of these stories. Though, only some of them, I think, stick in memory quite as well. The Cat Who Married a Mouse, not the best known of the Grimm fairy stories. And it is interesting to me, I guess. That's another place where the Disney effect is super duper noticeable. Right? What Grimm fairy story is not in this? Snow White and Red Rose. Or Rose Red, I should say. Right? Probably the most famous Grimm Brothers story these days is fully not in this compilation. Because we predate Disney. Right? Obviously, Disney manipulates that story a lot. But that's okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. The Pied Piper. They also don't have the Little Mermaid. I suspect the Little Mermaid is, too depressing. Because Little Mermaid is wildly popular in this period. That is not a Disney effect. But I suspect for the purposes of this one, they decide that, the princess or the mermaid basically committing suicide and getting turned into sea foam is probably too dark, even with the second edition addendum of how her soul was definitely saved by angels' trust. And so they keep things a little bit lighter. You'll notice the little matchstick girl is also not in this version, or not in this compilation. Or The Story of a Mother. Or pick your other incredibly depressing Hans Christian Andersen story. Now, I do gotta say, the Thumbelina illustrations are okay. Like, the illustrations for Thumbelina are okay. But they're not my favorite. Can I remember off the top of my head who is the artist for that edition? Tyner. Let's see if I can't find one of the Thumbelina. Oh, I'm gonna have to call it by the Danish name. Hang on. Man, give me the full-size version. Monza Museum, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. There we go. Look at how messed up these ones are. Look at how absolutely insane the frogs in this Toma Lisa are. There should be some other ones. That's not the... There's another one of the Hans Steiner ones. Right? This just isn't doing it for me compared to those Danish ones. Right? Just really emphasizing how messed up they get to be. I love the quasi-surrealist aspect of Hans Steiner's work. Just a really fun illustrator. I do recommend looking up his stuff. He worked for a porcelain manufacturer for a really long time, but was also a really fun kind of late 19th century sketch artist in a lot of ways. Did book design, did all sorts of stuff. Some of them gestured towards sort of surrealism, a generation before surrealism really gets going, and so it's just kind of neat. But yeah, otherwise there's not a lot super surprising in here. Right. A lot of German stories, a lot of Scandinavian stories, couple of French, couple of English. Right, in many ways, the most surprising one is that Momotaro gets a mention. Like, that we have literally anything outside of Europe is, in and of itself, pretty impressive. And it's short. And actually has a really nice print. Look at that. That's actually really lovely. I was not expecting to see one so nice. A long time ago there lived an old man and an old woman. One day the old man went to the mountains to cut grass, and the old woman went to the river to wash clothes. While she was washing, a great thing came tumbling and splashing down the stream. When the old woman saw it, she was very glad, and pulled it to her with a piece of bamboo that lay nearby. When she took it up and looked at it, she saw that it was a very large peach. She then quickly finished her washing and returned home, intending to give the peach to her old man to eat. When she cut the peach in two, out came a child from the large kernel. Seeing this, the old couple rejoiced and named the child Momotaro, or Little Peachling, because he came out of a peach. As both of the old people took care of him, he grew and became strong and enterprising. So the old couple had their expectations raised and bestowed still more care on his education. Momotaro, finding that he excelled everybody in strength, determined to cross over to the island of the devils, take their riches, and come back. He at once consulted with the old man and the old woman about the matter and got them to make him some dumplings. These he put in his pouch. Besides this, he made every kind of preparation for his journey to the island of the devils and set out. First, a dog came to the side of the way and said, "Momotaro, what have you hanging there at your belt?" He replied, "I have some of the very best Japanese millet dumplings." "Give me one and I will go with you," said the dog. So Momotaro took a dumpling out of his pouch and gave it to the dog. Then the monkey came and got one the same way. A pheasant also came flying and said, "Give me a dumpling too, and I will go along with you." So all three went along with him. In no time they arrived at the island of the devils and at once broke through the front gate. Momotaro first, then his three followers. Here they met a great multitude of the devil's retainers who showed fight, but they pressed still inwards and at last encountered the chief of the devils called Akandoji. Then came the tug-of-war. Akandoji hit at Momotaro with an iron club, but Momotaro was ready for him and dodged him adroitly. At last they grappled each other, and without difficulty, Momotaro just crushed down Akandoji and tied him with a rope so tightly that he could not even move. All of this was done in a fair fight. After this, Akandoji, the chief of the devils, said he would surrender all of his riches. "Out with your riches, then," said Momotaro, laughing. Having collected and ranged in order a great pile of precious things, Momotaro took them and set out for his home, rejoicing as he marched bravely back that, with the help of his three companions, to whom he attributed all his success, he had been able so easily to accomplish his end. Great was the joy of the old man and the old woman when Momotaro came back. He feasted everybody bountifully, told many stories of his adventures, displayed his riches, and at last became a leading man, a man of influence, very rich and honorable, a man to be very much congratulated indeed. Right? It's the only non-Euro folktale in the entire collection, and frankly, the fact we even got that much, I think is indicative of just how influential Japan had become in the Meiji period in terms of the art and culture space, that it was like, oh yeah, there is so much Japanese stuff floating around that we are going to make space for even one Japanese story in a 1901 book. Japanese man strikes again. All right. Up next, we have done 3 volumes, on to volume 4. Tales of Fantasy. Oh, interesting. This one actually specifies that Thomas Bailey Aldrich was actually involved in this re-editing for the 4th edition. Along with William Jewett Tucker, Hamilton Wright Mabie, Henry Van Dyke, and Nathan Haskell Dole. Published by the Auxiliary Educational League, Chicago, 1945. Oh. Huh. What? Huh? Let me just read this out just en masse, because, huh? So, our stories, in order. Gulliver in Lilliput, by Jonathan Swift. Gulliver in Brobdingnag, I can never pronounce that right. I've read all of Gulliver's Travels multiple times, and I still can never pronounce that correctly. By Jonathan Swift. A Christmas Fantasy by T.B. Aldrich. The Knight and His Story by Baron de la Montfaucon. Don't... Look, if I mispronounce the French, don't worry about it. The Merchant and the Genie from the Arabian Nights. The First Old Man and the Hind from the Arabian Nights. The Second Old Man and the Two Black Dogs from the Arabian Nights. Sinbad the Sailor and the Rocks from the Arabian Nights. The Caliph Turned Stork by W. Hauff. Prince Pregio by A. Lang. The Enchanted Doll by M. Lemon. The Rose and the Ring by W. M. Thackeray. And Peter Schlemiel by A. von Camiso. What a strange list. If I had to think of like any unified thing across the bunch of them, I'd fail. I'm going to be real. I'm just going to fail. There's also just generally seems like a much older target audience. Like, not overwhelmingly so. But these stories are quite a bit denser. Than some of the other ones we have previously read. Like, we're talking chapters, a whole bunch of sections, a bunch of pseudo I don't like Prince Pregio, all told, is 18 chapters long. And let's see, 190 minus 113. So is 77 pages. Like, they just did the entirety of Andrew Lang's little guy. All as one thing. Hi. Hi, what crimes were you doing in there, Winter? Yeah? Yeah? Do you want to get scooped? Are you coming over to get scooped? You're not coming over to get scooped. But I am going to scoop you anyway. Hi. Whoa. Look at the boy. Okay, okay. Point taken. Goodness gracious. You're so wiggly. Yeah. Oh, the flopper. He goes flopper when he wants me to pet his belly. And he goes merp when he floppers. And it's great. Enchanted Doll is also quite long. The Rose and the Ring. Yeah, these are super duper long. By Adalbert Prince Schlemiel, The Shadowless Man by Adalbert von Camiso. But look at how dapper these guys are. Wait, hang on. Look at how dapper this squad is. Chad, if only we could be so dripped out. Now, does that feel like it's very fantasy? Uh, uh, what is... Yeah, okay. So it's the title character of an 1814 novella. Uh... Oh, it's the Seven League Boots. Oh, that's why that's that. Duh. Huh. That's interesting. According to the wiki page for it, uh, the story was performed on American television in a 1953 episode of Your Favorite Story, starring DeForest Kelley, also known as Dr. McCoy in Star Trek, as the title character. Huh. Anyway, helpfully, Mr. Slemiel, uh, let's see. You asked me to persist in rejecting my friendly offer. Perhaps another time I may be more fortunate. Uh, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh, the devil stands exulting over his prey and renewed his proposal. One stroke of your pet and the unhappy Mina is rescued from the clutches of the villain rascal, transferred to the arms of the highborn Count Peter, etc., etc. Bendel, whose deep solicitude had induced him to come in search of me, arrived at this very moment. The good and faithful creature, on seeing me weeping, and that a shadow, evidently mine, was in the power of the mysterious unknown, determined to rescue it by force should that be necessary. Disdaining to use any finesse, he desired him directly, without any disputing, to restore my property. Instead of reply, the grey man turned his back on the worthy fellow and was making off. But Bendel raised his buckler stick and, following close upon him, after repeated commands, but in vain, to restore the shadow, made him feel the whole force of his powerful arm. The grey man, as if accustomed to such treatment, held down his head, slouched his shoulders, and with short and noiseless steps pursued his way over the heath, carrying with him my shadow and my faithful servant. For a long time I heard hollow sounds ringing through the waste, until at last they died away in the distance, and I was again left to solitude and misery. It's a strange collection. Chad, I opened to a random page and got great news. It's so scrungly. Look at that cat. Revel in how absolutely miserable it looks. Look, the more disheveled a cat looks, the cuter it is. It is known. They are all cute. They are all every cat is the cutest cat. But incredibly disheveled cats, just magnificent. Magnificent creatures, no notes. Alright. This is definitely the weirdest one, because this is definitely intended for an older audience than, many of the other ones. I wonder what it says here in the introduction. Alright. Since fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers have lived on this big ball, the earth, that goes spinning around the sun, they have found that they have two worlds to enjoy. One is real, the other is make-believe. One has been given us ready-made, though in such shape that we can change it in some respects. The other we have made for ourselves, and we are continually adding to it, foreshadowing Tolkien's distinction between the primary and the secondary creation. The real world of earth and water is stubborn and resists our efforts. It requires us to use axes and crowbars if we wish to take it apart, and nails, cords, and glue must be used to put it together again in new shapes. The other world, the world of make-believe, is created by magic, the magic of imagination. If you know the magic words, the poor goose girl becomes a princess, or the despised youngest son wins the throne. The first stories were probably all true. They were hunters' tales of fights with wild animals, or warrior songs of victory over men. But a time came when these stories were changed and being repeated, when additions were made to them, or 2 or 3 stories were rolled into one. Then arose the class of minstrels, of poets, of bards, of jesters. In short, of good storytellers who made a business of repeating or inventing the tales and ballads of their time. These men handed down the treasures of their memory to one another, and so began the world of make-believe, in which men, women, and children have ever since found delight. I love the just making up the progression of narrative in the extremely distant past. I love it. The just complete fabrication of it. Ignore for the fact that the oldest piece of storytelling, which we have the surviving story, is fictional. Ignore the fact that it referenced other fictional stories. And ignore the fact that even cave art with narrative elements quite clearly has elements that are not meant to be based in actual lived experience. Right? Don't worry about it. Books and printed pages are only another form of memory. They enable us to recall at will what others wish us to know or to think. Don't tell Socrates this. Today, each great people has its storehouse of literature, a treasury open to every child who can read. Whatever is worth remembering is put into words and preserved for all time. But literature is more like a museum than like a treasury. In a treasury, you would expect only what was unusually valuable, precious, or rare. But in the museum, it is kept whatever is interesting, whether it be a king's crown or a wasp's nest, a great diamond or a child's toy. And so, in literature, we find recorded a nation's beliefs and prophecies, its history, amusements, and even its jokes and absurdities. Some poems or stories may make us sad, others merry. Some men teach us to be noble, others remind us not to take ourselves too seriously. You will find no locked gate to keep you out of this world of make-believe, but you must learn to understand its language and its thoughts, or you will not be admitted to its loveliest regions. You may know its people, its high-minded, brave, and loyal men, its noble, tender, charming women, its bright and lovable boys and girls, but you must first make yourself fit company for them. Unhappily, the unreal world has its darker portions, its undesirable inhabitants. If you stray among these, you may become like them, and thus render yourself unfit for better company. To choose rightly, the young traveler needs guidance. If his own taste is true and good, he will not make a wrong choice about the places and peoples of the land of books, but he will be likely to go astray and thereby waste time and effort. If wise, he will welcome every aid to right choosing, as none of us have too many hours to spend among the delightful pleasures of literary land. This land has been explored and mapped, and there is no excuse for plunging into it blindly, taking every road that seems to begin pleasantly without inquiring whence it leads and whither it runs. Each volume of the Young Folks Library is a guidebook. Each gives glimpses of a separate region worth a mental visit and enables you to decide whether you will profit by a journey or a sojourn therein. No guidebook can show all the delightful views or tell all the interesting features of a new land, but by skillful selection it makes the traveler acquainted with a place or a people and leaves him to judge intelligently of its claims upon its time and thought. Literature has its pleasure grounds as well as its academies and galleries. Creative power at work is imagination. Creative power at play is fantasy. This fourth volume of the library contains stories of fantasy. The authors of them have said what they chose, not being bound by any rules except those of good taste and good sense. Mere unmeaning nonsense is not what is meant by fantasy. Fantasy must have some purpose, some idea to guide it, or it would not differ from lunacy. Thackeray's The Rose and the Ring, for instance, though unreal, impossible, and full of whimsical oddities, is far from being nonsense. It is a consistent, carefully planned story with an ingenious plot, well-drawn characters, and humorous or exciting incidents throughout. The Magic Rose and Marvelous Ring do not prevent our finding Rosalba a lovable heroine or Giglio an admirable hero. The story is only a let us pretend. The author and the reader understand beforehand that the events of the story need not be real or even probable. It is as if one child said to another, "Let's play I'm a giant," and then both acted as if there were a giant in the game. There will be no objection to this game so long as the giant acts like a giant. Baron Munchausen takes us into another world, a world of made-up stories. If they were meant to be believed, they would be atrocious lies, but it is no harm to read them when they do not pretend to be true. We ask only that they shall not be impossible to pretend. To make this plainer, let us propose that a little boy has an old Noah's Ark, and that he decides to chop up the animals into bits, and then to put the pieces together in new ways. If he takes a dozen wooden legs and glues them into a rosette, he has made an absurd thing. It may be decorative, it may be ugly or amusing, but it is a mere nonsense. If, however, he puts together a new animal, say with an elephant's body, a beaver's tail, ostrich's legs, and a camel's body, then he has made something fantastic. Though there is no such creature, yet we can pretend there might be, and we can imagine how it might act. So, in Mark Lemon's story, The Enchanted Doll, we can believe it possible while we read it, and thus we find it interesting. The Caliph turned Stork and the Mad Tailor are true tales of fantasy for the same reason. Some grown-up persons see little value in stories of fantasy. They think children waste time in reading things when they might be reading truths. But it must be remembered that even in fanciful tales, the element of truth is by far the greater. A good fanciful story must be true to life, true in feeling, true in moral, true in its workmanship, or it is worthless. Who would say that there was no value in Aesop's fables because they contain no facts? The truth is in the lessons taught. And the same principle applies to fairy tales and fanciful stories as well as to all fiction. In Prince Prigio and in A Christmas Fantasy, the moral is plainly set forth, but the stories are worth more than the mere teaching they carry. Prince Prigio shows us how unpleasant a prig may be, but he also takes us into a queer, creepy land of mysteries. The little heroine who entraps the Jack-in-the-Box is much easier for us to understand than is the fisherman of the Arabian Nights who hauls ashore the jar of preserved genie sealed by the trademark of King Solomon. We've all seen a Jack-in-the-Box, but who would recognize a genie by sight? Peter Schlemihl is a story of remarkable fascination, yet the moral of it has never been plain to me. Certainly none of us is likely to sell his shadow. Perhaps the author's idea was to make the reader feel how easily one might lose a life's happiness by becoming something not quite human, and so to teach the great worth of human sympathy, without which all else is valueless. Possibly we have treated all these stories too seriously. It should be repeated here that they belong to the playground of literature, and mainly are written just for fun. But there is the fun of good sense and good taste, as well as the fun, so-called, of ill-natured joking or of utter folly. And it seemed to me that the stories of fantasy, such as the makeup of this volume, are often undervalued. Above all things, see that you keep a kindly, loving spirit towards others, and in this disposition there must mingle true humor. Humor is the salt of the soul and prevents corruption, but the saving humor is the humor of kindness, such as you will learn from the authors whose playfulness never makes us despise or scorn others. Delightful. Again, right, the thing that continues to stand out to me is that there are times here where the thing that they are saying is very still relevant, still discussed, echoes throughout generations of scholarship, and then they just randomly insist that we need to be incredibly stringent in providing for the moral education of the youths, and lamenting the surrounding of bad literature. I also enjoyed I'm really not sure what the point of this one is, I'm going to be real, guys. Because no one would definitely consider selling their soul to the devil. Who would do that? Nobody would do that. Why would you try and do that? It's very silly. But hey, that's fine. Okay. Where are we? Almost out of juice. So I think we probably have for one more volume. Nah, I really want to get to the back half of this. So here's the deal. We're coming up on ads. So I'm going to get some more juice, some more fluids, and some cheese and crackers so that we can keep going. And then we'll be in it for the haul, and we'll try and take on the back half of this list. Does that sound like a good plan? Uh, Not that you can read it, but I shall give you the snails anyway. I will be back very shortly with more fluids and snacks, and then we will move on to the next volume, which is Myths and Legends. By the way, a book of famous myths and legends featuring a 18th century forgery, King Arthur, Beowulf, and Nathaniel Hawthorne. More to come. See you soon. Hello everyone, welcome back. How you doing? Chad, if you have not gotten a refill on snacks and or food, please do that. I have gotten myself some mulled cider, a biscotti, and then crackers and spreadable cheese because, you know, yeah. It is my go-to. I'm not feeling like making real food meal. Cheddar and port wine spread. It's good every time. So, we've gone through 4 volumes so far. How are we enjoying this? I'm just checking to see kind of where we're at with folks. There's a lot of stories I want to get to yet because there's going to be some nonfiction later, which is going to be real weird. But right, for the most part, I've been kind of surprised, that a lot of it's very normal. And there's a lot of things that continue to be popular. And then there's either a random deep cut, which has completely fallen out of, notoriety, or it just does a hard pivot into aggressive moralization for no reason. Right? This is a delight? Good. I'm glad to hear it. It does seem like the sort of thing that targets us and us specifically. Right? It's not going to be as full of the complete nonsense takes as some of the other older books would. But, this is the period in which a lot of publications that still actually certainly influenced me into getting into studying history are actually from. Oh boy, I forgot to hide that, didn't I? I forgot to hide that, Winter, didn't I? He's got a ball with a bell in it, which is very cute, but right, so right, so one of the ones that got me into studying this is a book called Children of Odin, the Book of Northern Myths, which is originally published in 1920. So there's plenty of these sorts of stories, mythological, legendary, etc., that are all popularized right in these first couple decades of the 20th century, and with a specific target towards making them children's lit. Right, there's definitely some volumes of this that will make more sense. And be more familiar to us. But it also seems to me like the advent of television really causes a hard pivot in what children's entertainment and educational media looks like. I mean, I guess it's not immediate, but right, certainly by like the 70s, 80s, thanks, chatbot, for catching up with the YouTube chat randomly for no reason. Hopefully it's not been doing that too often, or it's just like randomly like, hey, I should repost comments that were made 2 hours ago. Oh well. Also, hi YouTube chat. I see 3 of you lurking, and I appreciate all of you. Anyway, right? Some of these later volumes seem much more in line with this, like, 70s, 80s, 90s, more explicitly educational uh, approaches. Right, the ones that we have not done yet. So next up will be a book of famous myths and legends, then the animal storybook, uh, then stories of school and college days, the book of adventure, a book of famous explorers, and then the last one I have, a book of brave deeds. Then there's 10 more volumes. Why? There is fire right next to you. Please don't be up here right now, Winter. You're adorable, but I can't. You will burn your whiskers. Yep, come on down. Please, I'm going to force the issue. Shoo. Yeah, I know you're cute. I'm going to scoop you when you come over here. Oh, he left. He realized I was going to scoop him. Anyway, so the 10 volumes that I do not have and cannot do: Wonders of Earth, Sea, and Sky, a book of famous travels, a book of sea stories, a book of natural history, historic scenes in fiction, famous battles by land and sea, men who have risen, book of patriotism, leaders of men or history told in biography, and a book of famous poems. Which I think I desperately need to get a hold of those 10 volumes, don't I? Isn't that what that means? Is that all of the ones that are most directly relevant and are sure to have the wildest takes are in that back half. Oh, cool. Yeah, okay. The chat box is freaking out and is reposting the 2 messages in YouTube chat over and over. That's interesting. I don't have a solution to that. But yeah, seems like mostly folks are just lurking, but right, I would predict that Men Who Have Risen and Book of Patriotism are sure to have some absolute wild takes. So I suspect I'm going to need to locate myself a copy of some of those. But I can still hope that a book of famous explorers and brave deeds are going to have some interesting things. I'm also really curious what Wonders of Earth, Sea, and Sky and a book of natural history contain. Like, I suspect both of those volumes do not seem like they fit comfortably or easily into children's literature. And so I will be deeply fascinated. Those are also areas where our knowledge of just the way the world works has expanded so dramatically since 1901 that there could be some real interesting takes. So I suspect if I can find a copy of volumes 11 through 20, that there will be a round 2 of this at some point. Or 3 or 4. We'll see how many volumes I actually get through. We do need time to speed things up given that we're at almost 5 hours and we have done 4 volumes. Okay, let's do it. a book of famous myths and legends, featuring some weird choices. The Golden Touch by Nathaniel Hawthorne, Midas. The Paradise of Children, which... Oh, Pandora, it's the Pandora by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The Three Golden Apples, or the Apples of the Hesperides by Nathaniel Hawthorne. And the Miraculous Pitcher, which is to say, Philemon. Then we have Jason and the Argonauts, as told by Charles Kingsley. We have the Odyssey, or the Adventures of Ulysses, by Alfred J. Church. We have King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, Sir Gareth's Trial, Gareth and Lynette, Lancelot and Elaine, Geraint and Enid, and the Death of Arthur. Childe Horn, the story of Beowulf, Rip Van Winkle, and selections from Ossian. Chat, which is weirder? The inclusion of Rip Van Winkle into famous myths and legends? Or the deep cut that is King Horn? Or the incorporation of Ossian cycle material instead of literally anything actually Irish? Like, baffling. I have not figured out, like, Rip Van Winkle truly just throws me for a loop in there. Because I'm like, why are you here? Like, you aren't even the best Washington Irving story. Why are you here? They do be making choices, right? This is like the first one that definitively have takes. But it is generally quite strange. So, anyway, Nathaniel Hawthorne's... actually, let's do the introduction like we have been doing. It's luckily fairly short, only 5 pages. The Oldest Stories of the World by T.J. Shahan. Ages ago, when the world was young, people did not know as much of nature and its secrets as we do now. Moreover, they did not have the art of writing, or if known to them, it was used only by a few, and its value for handing down the facts of history was not clearly understood. Thus, two great fields of knowledge, the world of nature and the world of history, were known only in a dim and vague way, yet men and women were even then anxious to find out the causes of what they saw about them in nature, as well as to know whence and how they came to their native lands, through what journey and labors, who were their ancient leaders in war, the builders of their cities, the founders of their laws and customs, and the like. These are some of the causes of the growth of what we call myths and legends. Myths are an attempt of early man to explain the great wonders of our daily life. The blue heavens above us, the light and the darkness, the bright fire, the swift wind, the rolling waters, the clouds and the earth, and the dark world of things that lie beneath its green breast. Myths are only the ideas of men about the causes of those natural things which do not now seem wonders to us. There are yet many secrets in nature that escape the skill of all teachers. How many must have there been when the first man and women looked out on the marvels of land and sea, heaven and earth, day and night, the seasons and their changes? Myths have always been told among men. The more lovely and humane are those of the Greek people. For instance, the myth of Psyche, which is all about the human soul. From the Greeks, by many ways, most of our myths have come down to us. But mankind makes up these myths forever. Even today, we find such stories in all parts of the world. So too have remember, this is written in the early 1900s. Some outdated language may apply. This is a direct quote and should not be taken as anything. The red men had and have yet many myths. So too have the Bushmen and the natives of the South Sea Islands. In the pretty stories that the Mi'kmaqs of Nova Scotia tell about their god and good friend Glooskap, we can see how peoples of a simple mind, with weak training, could invent tales that do not differ from the best Greek stories except in their ruder language and coarser form. It is as if we looked at the raw wool being fed to the loom and then saw the finished fabric in all of its beauty. Oh! That one was a tough paragraph. Big oof. If myths are so old, how have they come down to us, and how have they gotten into the forms we now see? Many learned men have written on this subject, but they do not agree. Some think that myths are twisted fragments of divine truths that the Creator first made known to mankind. Others believe that they are owing to the decay, the wear and tear of an ancient tongue once spoken in the Far East by the men from whom most of us in this land descend. Still others maintain that all myths are the product of a low state of the savage mind, and that this is seen in certain bad and cruel traits that yet cling even to the finest of them. How closely akin are the chief myths of the world may be seen from the stories that were made up very early about fire, its uses and dangers. Thus, it is the same idea which is the core of the stories about Agni, the god of fire in India, and Vesta, the goddess of the common hearth at Rome, about Vulcan, the Roman god of ironsmiths, and the Greek Prometheus, or Forethought, who stole fire from heaven for the good of mankind. The author of this introduction is one T.J. Shahan. Legends, on the other hand, deal with real actions of men and women. They always have some grains of truth in them, some facts that have become twisted in the mind of the storyteller, for legends are only stories, told by some person for his own pleasure and that of others, or because it was his office to talk or sing about the past when his friends and neighbors met in order to provide for the common weal, or to worship God, or the powers that they loved or feared as their gods. Legends are like the vines and tendrils that grow up about a tree. These sometimes hide its strength and cause its death, but they also lend to it a great and varied charm of color and outline. So legends sometimes take the place of the real facts of history, but usually only add to them some touch of pathos or tender human interest. Today, trained judgment has pruned away many old legends from the great trunk of history. In this cleansing process, however, we have learned that legends, like myths, have their uses. That they are often symbols of deep truths that were once known to all, but in time became changed into new shapes, often through ignorance and bad passions of the heart and mind. Myths and legends grow up sometimes on the same spot and about the same names. Thus, the romance of King Arthur may be a great myth told about the sun, and is as true as the story of 24 blackbirds. Its many legends may be no more worthy of belief than tales about Jack the Giant Killer or the 12 Labors of Hercules. The bards and minstrels of the Middle Ages, through whom come down many such old stories, were not very choice in their treatment of them. They were more anxious to please and surprise than to narrate true history. We must be cautious, therefore, in dealing with old myths and legends. They are the stories of people and races less refined than we are, but in all these stories they have left some traces of their thoughts, their hopes, their fancies, their faiths, and even their sorrows of mind and body. The study of the old beliefs, old customs, old memories that have thus floated down among the simple, remote, and unlearned peoples of the world reveals much history that would else be unknown, the history of the mind of man and its inner secret workings. In certain early stages of human society, the great forces of nature seemed to unlearned men like real persons with a will and a mind. They could hear, reason, show kindness, or do much evil, I was taught. So too the world of animals seemed endowed with human sense and gifts. The trees and rivers had their sprites, or spirits, that dwelled also in the lakes and mountains. For some reason, spirits is in quote marks there. In the legends of the saints, many pretty stories are told of the elves, dragons or worms, and serpents that long ago seemed to haunt all the lonely springs and the wild fens, all the hill caves, the forest glens, and the sedgy marshes. By a careful study of these myths and legends, we learn no little about the first faraway homes, faith, habits, the customs of war and peace, the common daily life of the old peoples from whom most of us draw our descent. Without some knowledge of myths and legends, we shall not enjoy keenly the beauties of our own tongue. As the ancient language is soaked with the spirit and temple of the Bible because of the countless words and phrases borrowed from it, so it is filled with other words and phrases borrowed from the myths and legends of many peoples. To be a perfect scholar in all that pertains to the English language requires a knowledge of such myths and legends as are most famous. Thus, the great poet Milton cannot truly be our delight unless if we know something of the many old stories that he has worked into his great poems, always with a meaning. This is, to say the least, equally true of Shakespeare, who plays abound with myths and legends that he has painted in such perfect words that they will never die while the poet's book is read. Many ancient myths had deep moral meanings. The dangers of Scylla and Charybdis, the evil tempting of the Sirens, the pleasures of the island of Calypso, the fire stolen from the gods by Prometheus, the Titans stricken by lightning, the story of Dionysus or Bacchus, the blessed fields, the happy islands, the dark underworld, once had a real moral warning attached to them. In the same way, the stories of Tannhauser, of Gudrun, Roland, Olger the Dane, Havelock, and many stories of the Arthur romance, like the tale of Guinevere and Lancelot, had a moral purpose to them, so that the hero might shape his conduct according to the lessons told or sung in the tale. Much knowledge of nature was conveyed to young and old by means of myths and legends. Thus, the Norse peoples tell the story of Big Bird Dan, a boat that goes of itself if you only say boat, boat, go on. It is the same story that the Greek minstrels sang more than 3,000 years about the wonderful ships of the good King Alcinous. In the Odyssey of Homer, it is told how they could speak and hear and went their way without any human help. In both stories are meant the self-moving clouds that go always straight to their mark across the blue seas of heaven. Similarly, the movements and aspects of the sun were given each some striking name, and expressed the endless uses and charms of the orb of day. His conflict with darkness and cold explains many of the fabulous conflicts of bright heroes with dark demons and maidens, ending in the rescue of some lovely maiden. Sometimes such myths remain tame and uncouth. Sometimes they are touched by the highest human genius and are therefore counted among the rarest gems of the human mind. But always they acted as a helpful schooling for whole peoples and races, and epochs of time when such ways of forming the mind were the only ones known, or, at least, were the most popular. Thomas J. Shahan. Oh, well, I guess it feels like I kind of monkey's pawed myself. I was just talking how I expected the back half of the series to be the one full of takes, and the universe heard me and said, bet, and provided them in abundance. Where do you even begin? Actually, I do know where you begin. Hi, yes, I will... Being a person who has studied this in the year of our Lord 2025, I will often make fun of Freud, Jung, and Georges Dumézil, and folks like Jan de Vries, for being a Nazi. He deserves to be made fun of. But, you know, take all of these guys for having really bad takes that are interpretively wrong. I owe them a half an apology because the absolute sea change that the folks in the 1920s and 1930s brought about in the study of mythology, and then further perfected in the late 40s and 50s, is such a gargantuan step forward from the paradigm that this book described. Right? Literally enormous step forward in the professionalization, the legitimization, and the, not being the worst about it compared to what this book had. So the fact that they kept it unchanged in the 1945 printing, kind of appalling. Kind of not great. Now, which take do you think was your favorite? I enjoyed the claim that King Arthur is a sun myth. I enjoy the random quote marks and capitalization. By the way, myths and legends is always capitalized. It's always capital M myths and capital L legends. I also enjoy the claim that stories about Agni, Vesta, Vulcan, and Prometheus are all trying to do the same thing. I also love the insistence that this is the we are in a more refined age of the world that is ruled by rationality. So if you ever wonder, right, when we're playing a game set in the 19th or early 20th century, why I'm always super interested in the occultism, right? Where I'm always happy when we include, say, seances, charlatans, mystical elements, tarot reading, Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, Eliphas Levi bullshit, or demons. Right? The Seance at Blake Manor is a great example, but Thaumaturge was also a great example. This is why. Because the fundamental contradiction between early turn of the century writers insisting that the 20th century West is the pinnacle of human rationality and enlightenment, paired against the reality that they're freaking obsessed with the occult and the mystical, is so interesting to me. And I love being able to point to all of those things that Victorians believed, to tell folks like this to shove it. Now, I would also like to observe the Victorians were all up in their own BS. You're so right. And this man is huffing the Victorian juice. We got ads though, and I want to let everyone get back from the ads before we throw ourselves back into the void. Obsessed with the occult, but in a rational way? Phenomenal. No notes. Right. I want to particularly highlight the oddity of these are stories of the distant past, passed down through oral tradition. Also, Rip Van Winkle. Created in like 1820 by Washington Irving is in here. Oh, these are ancient stories. King Arthur traditions develop primarily in the 11th century onward. Beowulf is like several thousand years later than writing. Huh. Well, that's an odd detail. Just starting to flip through things. Oral traditions passed down through writing, like all great oral traditions. True. So there's, I assume, Midas. Though this one seems to be implying that instead of Dionysus, that it's Hermes that gives Midas his powers. But that's presumably Midas, with the strange visitor. And look at the style of it. Look at the style of it. Internalize the style of it. Here's one of the same lithographs from the same volume for the Odyssey. Right? I don't necessarily dislike either of them. It's just odd that the Odyssey specifically gets the Redware inspired thing. Oh, yeah. Right, so there's Argonauts, which is somewhere in between. Right, so that's Ison for the beginning of Jason and the Argonauts. Ooh! Well, that's... Huh? I'm just gonna hold this here. Shout out what you see, because this is the skeletal army from the Dragon Teeth. You know, if you've seen the old stop motion video, like the really old Argonauts movie with the stop motion skeletons, that's them. I said what I said. Then from the earth they rose by thousands, is the caption on this print. They look awfully fleshy. A lot of flesh on them skeletons. Okay, but that's like not even the weirdest thing. That's like barely top 5 weird things happening in this scene. Like, what the heck? You want to see fancy skeletons with epic facial hair now? You're so right. The brain on you. I'm so confused. So, you have questions about Buddy's wrist? I have questions about what weapon he's holding. What's that? It almost looks like a Labras. Or like a polearm head. Who is this? Why is this man got an Ottoman, like, why is his hat wrapped up in a cloth like he's cosplaying an Ottoman? Why has this guy got a horned helmet? Why is he a Viking? Right, if it was one of these big, Cossack halberds, yeah, the top of the top part there should be connected to the thing. Also, it should be two-handed. Uh, what in the who what? Why, why do they have like 8 different styles of helmet? I, yeah, okie doke. See, meanwhile, this is extremely lovely pre-Raphaelite printing. Medea and Orpheus charm the snake that guards the golden fleece. Look at that pre-Raphaelite style. By the way, Medea is spelled Medeia. The epsilon axe is one-handed? Oh, well, the more you know. It still is wrong, it's just wrong in a slightly different way. Now, I gotta do this. I don't want to do this, but I need to do this. Oh, by the way, does anyone know Child Horn? Has anyone heard of this story before? Out of the collection of myths and legends that you've heard, how many people know of Child Horn? I do. I do. Man, Beowulf doesn't even get a full thing. First you're hearing of it. Great. So there's good reason for that. So there's a good reason for that. It's a middle English verse romance of about 1,500 lines. Written in the late 1200s. Like, it's fine. It's not great. But, you know, the guy also mentioned Havelock the Dane. And Olger, who should be either Holger Danska or Ogier. So, I don't think I have a copy of the... Let me check my bookshelf real quick. I don't think I have a copy of the book. No, that's not true. I definitely do. BRB. I don't get to break out this guy very often. You know? I don't have a lot of cases in my day-to-day life to really break this one out. but it is definitely in here. Chronicle, page 142. I'm just going to read you a couple of lines from this. Date circa 1250. Kinghorn is the romancer's romance. It is with Havelock the Dane the first poem of this genre in English, with some scholars dating it as early as 1225. The typical romance pattern as outlined in the general introduction is followed here, including most of the cliché stock characters, formulaic patterns, and motives generally found in other works. Kinghorn is therefore a type, and as such it merits study. The story was very popular and found its way into the ballad, Hindhorn, and the English prose romance of the 15th century. Alla bayan he bleatha that to my song leatha, a song he shall you singa of Murray the Kinga. King he was bewesta so longa so he lasta, God hilt had his quaid, fair in the micht no bed. He had a son of fat and horn, fair in the mist in a bale born. Nan no rain upon Berina, na sooner upon Bishina. Fair in his othana he was bright so the glass, he was sweet so the fleur, rose red was his colour. He was fair and eka bold, and the 15 a winter old, and none a king a risha, nas none his Elisha. And it just keeps going like that. Forever and ever and ever. And by forever and ever and ever, I do actually mean that it's quite long. 1,542 lines. What's it do editor myths and legends? One can only assume that the editor of the volume really liked medieval English literature and really hated fucking everything. Really liked Greek and Roman lit, mostly Greek lit, and really liked medieval English lit. And past that is the kind of a buffoon who has no particular interest in representing the stories of other cultures. And so it is not at all surprising to me that Kinghorn has completely fallen out of things. And even for this late edition, I bet it is otherwise virtually unknown in other children-targeted literature of the time, unlike basically all of the other stories in here. The other exception is the forgery. Ossian cycle material, which was made up in the 1790s by James Macpherson. He just forged some stuff and pawned it off as, oh look, I discovered a new cycle of Gaelic heroic literature. And so, there you go. It's a lot of verse. It's a lot shorter than Havelock the Dane, by the way, Terralingua. So much for that one. Oh boy, were there some takes in there. I think we're going to skip ahead a smidge, because we can and we need to. Because, right, as relevant as the animal, I guess we'll look at the titles of these, but otherwise we're going to kind of move through them. On the grounds of, I don't think you really need my take on, presumably, my cold read, having not opened this book before, is that it's going to be mostly Rudyard Kipling. And then stories of school and college days, which I have no idea what to expect. So, which of these is technically first in the order? The animal storybook is fabulous. Oh, I got. I actually got baited. Wow. I got absolutely baited by the titles here. Good for them. There's a lot though, because these are all very short. So we have Aesop's Fables for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of Aesop's Fables. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 from the Fables of La Fontaine. We have Belling the Cat from Piers Plowman. Why? I don't know. Why do we have a snippet of Piers Plowman in my 20th century children's animal stories? I'm so confused. Then we get really weird. We have The Old Hare and the Elephants from the Hitopadesha, translated by Sir Edwin Arnold. The Timid Hare and the Flight of the Beast from the Jataka, translated by H.N. Francis. We have St. Jerome and the Lion, Reynard the Fox, Androcles and the Lion, My Lion Friend by Monsieur de Gérard, A Lion Story by Samuel Baker, Narrow Escape from a Tiger by Robert Cochrane, Trapping a Leopard by Cochrane. Are they organizing this by animal? No, they're not, but they're also not. Right? But then we get Grizzly Bear by Washington Irving, The Girls, the Bear, and the Alligators by Cochrane, Fight Between a Lion and a Crocodile by H. Rider Haggard, which I assume is because alligators and crocodiles, Sagacity of the Elephant, Working Elephants at Rangoon, Modi Guj Mutineer by Kipling, Exploits of a Samson by Cochrane, A Mad Elephant by James Inglis, then Monkey Stories, then The Early Days of Black Beauty, A Parrot Which Answers Questions, Some Parrots I Have Known, A Photographer's Parrot, My Pet Starling. And then, Tales of Instinct and Reason by Julia Lockwood, a whole bunch of those. Rob and His Friends, Our New Neighbors at Ponkapog, Muffalo by Ouida, Story of a Chipmunk, The Home Citizen Ignis of Kahonka, The Story of a Homer, How Red Wool Held the Bridge, Maldonado and the Puma, The Captain's Dog, Royal's Fate, and The Civilized Fox. I'm confused. By the way, I should say, St. Jerome and the Lion. Yes, like, we know how Jerome is spelled, right? Chat, this is important. Tell me when I have misspelled Jerome. Wolfie, you just missed the absolute garbage takes that was Myths and Legends, but we're trying to speedrun the Animal Storybook, which is has a lot of stories, and then we're going to do these, and then we're going to get back into the history takes. But they include the story of St. Jerome and the Lion, because that's one of St. Jerome's icons, is the lion. because the story of Androcles and the Lion basically just gets fully co-opted into the hagiography of Saint Jerome. Now, they choose to spell Jerome as follows: G E R A S I M U S. Gerasemus. Gerasemus. For Jerome. I don't know. I don't know. Stop letting at me. Certainly is a choice. It certainly is. Okay, I want to figure out what, if any, non-Euro ones there are in these. Let's find out. Okay. That's French. So that's not it. Unclear. Well, this is definitely just appropriating an indigenous story, but from whom I don't know. The homesickness of Kahanka, just the way it's explained, or the way they name things, is definitely New World. But it remains unclear to me, because of course they don't credit where it's from. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? And then there's one Spanish one, the naturalist in La Plata. Cool. Yeah, amazingly, a lot of these don't have particular staying power. Oh well. How very strange. Yay. Tim and Taryn Fly of the Beast. What is this one even from? Do I recognize this one? Okay, it is Indian. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva came to his life as a young woman, or as a young lion, sorry. And when fully grown, he lived in the wood. At this time, there was near the western ocean a grove of palms mixed with vilva trees. Yeah, so, an Indian story involving a fake end of the world. And then I don't know what this one is. Hitopadecha. Oh, it's another Sanskrit one. It's Hitopadesha. It just uses a C with a caret instead of an SH. So, let's say... Hmm. It does not actually say when it is from. It just is in Sanskrit. Probably composed between 800 and 950 CE. Cool. So there's two Indian stories, and then otherwise it is fully Euro animal or colonialized animal stories. And then stories of school and college days. Wow, I don't know any of these. Dang. That's almost impressive. Well, that's an odd. Okay, I'm going to stick with one of these for being deeply strange. Please just chuckle at this in the way that I do, because this is very funny to me. The following selection from the journal supposed to have been kept by Margaret, the daughter of Sir Thomas More, gives a pretty picture of what was once the happiest household in England. Sir Thomas was a rare figure in those evil days of King Henry VIII, a gentle, simple, kindly man. In spite of his great learning and the honours heaped upon him, he tried as hard to keep away from court life as most men to win entrance thereto, and was never as happy as in his country home at Chelsea with his wife and daughters, whom it was his great joy to teach. In the days of his greatest popularity, it was not often that he could slip away from court to this quiet haven, for he was the king's favourite counsellor, and Henry, who, in spite of his many faults, loved wisdom and witty conversation, grudgingly spared him to his family. But in those happy holidays at Chelsea, free from the heavy duties of state, the good man dreamed his dreams and wrote them into books, shared the games and frolics of his children as few fathers in those strict CERN days thought of doing, and entertained the most noted men of Europe who flocked to visit him by showing them his little gardens and the pets which he was fond of as were his children. Such a visit from her father's dear friend Erasmus, the wisest and most famous scholar of his day, is described in the following pages. The last Margaret was afterward to become the wife of Will Roper, the lad who she rather coyly mentions in this journal. Just what? What's it doing in the? What's it doing here? What's it doing here? It's fascinating. I was expecting it to be, well, for the most part, it does seem to be fairly contemporary, you know, 19th, early 20th century school days, which date themselves quite poorly because they have to. Um, and then we just randomly get a Thomas More digression. Right, we move from Dorothy Dean's trip to the city to the Journal of the Daughter of Sir Thomas More. And then move back to How Hope Earned Her Fiddle, a selection from Hope Benham. Why? I don't know. But, here we are. Don't worry about it. Right, this is the volume that feels in some ways much more similar to kind of modern children's media, where the goal is often to put them into very, I guess, real life with a twist. And so you'll get a little bit more like slice of lifey stuff. Yeah. But that's not what you're here for from me. So we'll just move through these. It's amazing, right? This one has a little bit of durability, though has almost been completely supplanted by more recent animal stories. Right. Who's reading a lot of these versus maybe a little bit of Rudyard Kipling for like Rikki Tikki Tavi, or a Jungle Book, or you're looking at something like Babar or more recent children's lit, uh, completely supplanting this one. And then this one, literally everything in here has been completely supplanted in children's media. Right? I mean, good lord. Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew, alone, kind of smoke everything in here. And that's just the very, very, very tippy top of the iceberg. Louisa May Alcott, fully not in here. Laura Ingalls Wilder, fully not in here. So, well, right, there's massive chunks of the genre that are being not represented in this one that end up having much more staying power than literally anything in this volume. And that's neat. Now, for our last two, what is the order of them? Perfect. First up on the docket, a book of famous explorers. Hmm. Um. Huh. Well. Uh. Who's read? I really should just read this. Well, they're not that. Let me just start reading this list verbatim in the table of contents. And we'll go from there. The exploration of Canaan from the Book of Numbers. The discovery of the gigantic head by Austin Henry Layard. The Winged Human-Headed Lions by Austin Henry Layard. The Great Tower of Ilium by Henry Schliemann. A Street in the Pergamus by Henry Schliemann. Discoveries in Pompeii by Thomas H. Dyer. Exploring an Ancient Mexican Palace by Desiree Charnay. Caesar's Explorations in Gaul from his commentary on the Gallic and Civil Wars. Norse Explorers by Haukur Erlendsson. Marco Polo in the East, by himself. The first explorations of Columbus, by himself. Pinzon of Palos, by Washington Irving. In the Footsteps of Columbus, by Washington Irving. John Cabot and the First English Voyage to America, by Raimondo de Sonchino. The Third Voyage of Amerigo Vespuccio, by himself. The Discovery of the Pacific Ocean by Vasco Núñez de Balboa, by Washington Irving. Ponce de Leon's Search, by Washington Irving. A Voyage Along the Atlantic Coast, by Captain John Verrazano. The Discovery of the St. Lawrence, by Captain Jacques Cartier. The Death of De Soto, by a Portugal gentleman of Elwas. The Narrative of Castaneda, translated by George Barker Winship. Exploring Kansas and Nebraska, by Captain Juan Jaramillo. An English Explorer in Mexico, by Miles Phillips. Drake's Famous Voyage About the Whole Globe, by Francis Priddy. Expedition to El Dorado, by Sir Walter Raleigh. First Voyage to Roanoke, by Captain Arthur Barlow. Champlain's Expeditions into New York, by Le Sieur de Champlain. The Discovery of the Hudson River, by Robert Jewett. The Discovery of the Mississippi, by Father James Marquette. Niagara and the Mississippi, by Father L. Hennepin. La Salle's Exploration of the Mississippi, by Father Zenobius Membret. On the Llanos or Steppes of South America, by Alexander von Humboldt. Discovery of the Yellowstone, by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Among the Rocky Mountains, by Captain Fremont. Tasman's Voyage of Discovery, from his journal. The Voyage of the Batavia, by Francis Pelsart. Exploring in the South Seas, by Captain William Dampier. Discovery of Tanganyika Lake, by Captain Sir Richard Burden. Discovery of Lake Ngami, by David Livingstone. Some Wonders of the North, by Elisha Kent Kane. And The Seven Islands, by Sir Marden Conway. This all sounds like a standard reading list for a kid, if by kid you mean college student. It's an odd set. So my immediate question, in addition to whoa, and why, and how did they choose this, is are we actually working, when we're working with primary sources here, are we actually working with primary sources here, or are we faking working with primary sources here? No, we're working with actual translations of primary sources. God damn it. Caesar's explorations in Gaul. Throughout all Gaul, there are two orders of those men who are of any rank and dignity, for the commonality is held almost in the condition of slaves, and dares to undertake nothing of itself, and is admitted to no deliberation. The greater part, when they are pressed either by debt or the large amount of their tribute, or the oppression of the more powerful, give themselves up in vassalage to the nobles, who possess over them the same rights without exception as masters over their slaves. But of these two orders, one is that of the Druids, the other is that of the Knights. The former are engaged in things sacred, conduct the public and the private sacrifices, and interpret all manners of religion. There is to these a large number of the young men resort for the purpose purpose of instruction, and they, the Druids, are in great honor among them, for they determine respecting almost all controversies, public or private, and if any crime has been perpetrated, if murder has been committed, if there be any dispute about an inheritance, if any about boundaries, the same persons decide they decree rewards and punishment, if anyone, either in a public or private capacity, has not submitted their decision, they interdict him from the sacrifices. Yeah, that's Caesar, all right. Let me tell you, the flashbacks I am flashing back. I had to translate this in AP Latin in high school. I translated this exact section of De Bello Gallico. And yeah, let me tell you, when I am having war flashbacks to suffering through Caesar's syntax, let me tell you, oh boy, am I having thing. Now I know Maraxa has gone to bed. But I just want to leave this in the VOD as a landmine to annoy Maraxus specifically. Everyone, please enjoy this White Robe Random Stonehenge Druid. I regret nothing. This is only, look on the bright side. At least this is only one. At least this is only one Stonehenge. We could have second underground Stonehenge. We're doing so much better. By the way, just in case we were unclear, at various points in here, it said, right, the Great Tower of Ilium is by Henry Schliemann. The introduction makes it clear that they have, for uncertain reasons, chosen to render his name according to the English spelling rather than the proper spelling. And they are in fact talking about Heinrich Schliemann. My man Heinrich. You know, Mr. Dynamite himself. Why is he named Dr. Henry Schliemann in this? I don't know, but they sure are referring to Heinrich Schliemann himself, and this is a street in the Pergamus from Troy and its remains by Heinrich Schliemann. It is his field report from blowing up Troy. Why is this in a children's volume? Why is it in any volume? I'm so confused. Let's read the introduction and see if this helps us a little bit. The kids need to know what we lost, Gaffa. I just need to respect the languages of other European cultures. But they spell They spell like Gami correctly. Admittedly, it's also from the Diaries of David Livingstone, which we should probably not treat as um, what's the word I'm looking for here? As the pinnacle of respectability and good grace towards other cultures. But they render Gami correctly, and then they can call him Henry Schliemann. I think he does publish under Henry Schliemann in English language publications, so I'm guessing that's why. But yeah, it is him, Dynamite himself. So, The Pathfinders by Edwin Earl Sparks. Few forms of instructive literature make so strong an appeal to readers of all ages as does the story of exploration, the recital of the experience of those who were, quote, the first that ever burst into that unknown sea, end quote, or into an unexplored territory. It gratifies the almost universal desire to widen personal experience by visiting unknown countries and mingling with unknown peoples. If a traveler, be a discoverer or explorer, one who for the first time visits and describes remote lands, additional interest is given to the recital. The explorer, in a larger sense, is a benefactor, since he carries the arts of civilization to those heretofore in darkness. Ow. One thinks of the great globe swinging in intellectual darkness, with only one little white spot illuminated by the art of writing and the consequent preservation of knowledge for us. From this little circle of light drawn about the eastern end of the Mediterranean Sea, adventurous captains in their explorations penetrated the darkness on all sides, overcoming... do I have to keep going? Overcoming obstacles by their undaunted wills. Like so many busy spiders, they ran out their bright threads of discovery, to be crossed by other threads, and thus, in ever-increasing circles, the web of the world's enlightenment grew. Those must have been stirring times. In imagination, one follows Cyrus and his 10,000 Persians on the great advance and retreat as told by Xenophon, or penetrates with the legions of Caesar, the unknown lands which France and England now occupy. How Marco Polo must have... I hate seeing the next line when I'm reading this. Again, I remind you, historical literature has language that some people might find distressing. How Marco Polo must have stared when with his brothers he first saw the pig-tailed almond-eyed Chinese. Cool. I hate that those words had to come out of my mouth. What willpower Columbus exerted in overcoming the cries of his sailors and holding the prows of his caravel straight into the west. No doubt Humboldt, when he was cutting paths through the tropical undergrowth of South America and was making scientific observations on the lofty mountain peaks, dreamed of the civilization which was to spring up in those countries. Speke and Livingstone in Africa were simply scouts of future empires. Sir John Franklin, Nansen, and others who have endeavored to wrest the secret of the North for another Mother Nature may not bring such beneficent results, because that's what we're calling it, beneficent. But their courage and endurance must excite admiration so long as blood can be stirred by stories of daring. To participate in those glorious deeds is not given to us at a later date, but the agency of letters has preserved the stories of them for our enduring delight. Huh? What do you mean it's not given to us at a later date? The Amundsen expedition to the South Pole comes out after the first edition of this has been published. By a lot. by like 10 years. Hello, an actual bear. Hi, how you doing, friend? We are taking a look at some children's literature that was first published in 1901. This is non-fiction accounts of explorers. The introduction is generously described as cringe. So they just made the claim in 1901 that there are no lands left to explore, and therefore they must simply use use the writings of previous explorers. The first expedition to reach the South Pole takes place 10 years after this book is published. Right? It's fun to see how children's literature has evolved over time. You're so right. And some of them have been very charming, with some weird deep cuts, some very familiar names, and only a couple of rancid takes. The mythology one was full of bad takes. But now that I'm getting into the historical side, there's more and more capital T takes, which is exactly the content I was hoping to get out of this. Do you have suggestions for books for understanding Napoleon and the French Revolutionary period? If I understood the Napoleonic and French Revolutionary periods, I would recommend books to you. Unfortunately for us both. Let me see if Alyssa Sepinwall has any books or articles out on specifically revolution versus she mostly does Haitian Revolution stuff. But if I grab that one, this book focuses kind of a biography. No, that did not copy. That was still the Roman map thing. Let's try that again. This book focuses on one person in the French Revolution, Abbe Gregoire, and is written by someone who's actually been a guest on this channel, Dr. Alyssa Sepinwall. So I don't know how good of an introduction it is to the French Revolution, but I do know that Dr. Sepinwall is a fabulous educator and a lovely person, and that's like 2/3 of the way there. You're trying to read classic books more, but you're finding time periods or settings related to that period is pretty pivotal. Did you try and read some Victor Hugo and then realize that he does not care about his plot and only cares about reminiscing about Waterloo and or Gothic architecture? Because I had that experience in high school, being like, oh, Les Mis, I'll do, oh, Tolstoy. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, that'd definitely do it. But I had the experience with Victor Hugo in high school because I was like, oh, I like Les Mis. I like the play. Oops. Part two of Les Mis jump scares. For like solidly 150 pages of reminiscing about wandering around the battlefield of Waterloo in the 1830s. Also featured in Dumas, Count of Monte Cristo, right? For the Bonapartist plots. Which, even though my good buddy Red just did it, I'll admit, I never did finish Count of Monte Cristo. I started it twice. I never finished it. I have read all of the Three Musketeers ones, though. Man in the Iron Mask is a tough read. Anyway. So, yeah. But yeah. It's just long, right? Turns out getting paid by the word creates things that are very long, And me in high school, even though I read a lot and read fast, was not necessarily prepared to sit with the words in the way I needed to. I haven't revisited it recently, though. I've been too tied up with random stuff. Like, you know. Well, if I grab the book right way up, that helps. Like, you know. This monster. Or these. This is somewhat more. This is certainly an easier read, even if it is painful in a lot of ways. So, where were we? Right. To participate in those glorious deeds is not given to us of a later date, but the agency of letters has preserved the stories of them for our enduring delight. What pleasure to a child to read the experiences of Caesar as he daily described them amidst all the duties and dangers of his campaigns, or to read in his own words the perplexity of Columbus when first he noted the deflection of the magnetic needle in his compass. It is even a pleasure to read how men like Layard and Schliemann have dug into the earth among ruins of past empires to add to the world's information. I will ask, Dig? Schliemann. With his dynamite. Digging. To attempt to show the knowledge to be gained from reading about explorers, and especially to point out the kindred topics in which interest would be aroused, would mean to write a general history of the world. In the history of every country, explorers have been the prime figures. They have always been the heralds of territorial or commercial expansion. The spies who brought back grapes and pomegranates as samples of the land of Canaan were explorers preparing the way for territorial occupation. Upon the Ptolemy map of the New World, the voyages of Columbus caused a new world to be charted. How could the beneficent expansion of England have been possible without her discoveries and explorers? I mean, if Doug was generous, beneficent is downright absurd. The French Indian War in America, which trained the English colonists for the later Revolutionary War, was a struggle for the possession of the heart of that continent. Yet that struggle would never have arisen if Cartier and the Cabots had not explored certain parts of the Atlantic coast, thus giving their respective countries a title by discovery. Likewise, the explorations of the Spanish in the unknown south, disputed by the English, led to 3 centuries of intermittent warfare between the Spanish and English-speaking people, which ended in the Spanish being driven from the Western world they had conquered. Does Bro think the world ended in Texas? 2 hardy captains of the United States Army, Lewis and Clark, in 1803 began to ascend the Missouri River. 4,000 miles they penetrated the continent amidst great hardships until the Pacific Ocean lay before them. Thus they secured for posterity the fertile Northwest, which so handsomely rounds out the domain of the United States. Explorers not only gained territory and changed maps, they set up and tear down empires, they rend asunder peaceful nations, and precipitate warfare through the land hunger which they beget. On the other hand, they point out new possibilities for mankind. They call into knowledge new products and furnish fresh opportunity for inventive genius, and they arouse the highest ambitions of evangelization and philanthropy. Really selling exploration well, huh? Yeah, this causes, enormous political upheaval and destruction of peoples inhabiting the lands that get explored. But it's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. I was trying to figure out what the hell does it mean by gigantic head? From Nineveh and Its Remains by Austin Henry Layard. Now, he identifies it as, Nimrod, because Nineveh, but it's the excavations of the Assyrian palace complex at Nineveh. And the winged human-headed lions. which I will read instead because these are my favorite guys. These are some of the guys that got me into doing museum work, because the first museum I ever worked at had one. I ascertained by the end of March the existence of a second pair of winged human-headed lions, differing from those previously discovered in form, the human shape being continued to the waist and furnished with arms. In one hand each figure carried a goat or stag, and in the other, which hung down by the side, a branch of 3 flowers. They formed a northern entrance into the chamber of which the lions previously described were the southern portal. I completely uncovered the latter and found them to be entire. They are about 12 feet in height, and the same number in length. The body and limbs were admirably portrayed. The muscles and bones, although strongly developed to display the strength of the animal, showed at the same time a correct knowledge of its anatomy and form. Expanded wings sprung from the shoulder and spread over the back, a knotted girdle ending in tassels encircled the lions. These sculptures forming an entrance were partly in full and partly in relief. The head and foreparts facing the chamber were in full, but only one side of the rest of the slab was sculptured, the back being placed against the wall of sun-dried bricks. That the spectator might have a perfect front and side view of the figures, they were furnished with 5 legs. 2 were carved on the end of the slab to face the chamber, and 3 on the side. The relief of the body and 3 limbs was high and bold, and the slab was covered in all parts not occupied by the image, with inscriptions in the cuneiform character. These magnificent specimens of Assyrian art were in perfect preservation, and the most minute lines in the details of the wings and in the ornaments had been retained with their original freshness. Not a character was wanting in the inscriptions. So this is the figure he is talking about. Right? These are known as a lamassu. And yeah, the first museum I ever worked with was built around one of them, excavated by James Henry Breasted. You have bookends with those. They're the best. I love them so much. And then reports of some of the finds from Troy, from Henrik Schliemann. Aww. Your cat's doing that pose right now. I love that. My cat is having a snooze. He's very sleepy. Look at it. Look at it, chat. There we go. Look at that little guy. Look at that little wheelie guy. And then Caesar, and then Caesar, and then Caesar. Ah, he did the crimes. And then Norse explorers. Which, look. This is a very smart, small selection. Also, this is when they're still doing terrible things. When they're still translating Vinland as Wineland. And Streamfirth instead of I actually don't know which one that's supposed to be. Stramfjörður? They're doing the bad translations. It's my least favorite thing. But it is 19th century translating. If you look at like SagaDB, there's all this style of translating things. Anyway, clearly a Viking. You can tell because he has a winged helmet. And I particularly enjoy the somehow they fucked up the printing on this, so it is out of focus. I don't know how they managed it. but they managed to make this lithograph out of focus. And that is a technological achievement that deserves to be praised. Genuinely baffling. Oh, we got Marco Polo, Columbus. Depends on Palos, more Columbus. Amerigo Vespucci. Ponce de Leon. Discovery of the St. Lawrence. Death of De Soto. Exploring Kansas and Nebraska. Drake. Okay, all the prints in this are like that weird bad style. I don't understand it. Was there an long shipwright and navigator who first sailed to the mouth of the Straits of Gibraltar? There's a bunch. Right, there's a bunch of folks who were sailing through there. I'm not sure who you're thinking of, but like some of the ones that made it kind of went all the way up and around into Scandinavia would include Al-Ghazali, Al-Tartushi, and then you'll have later travel accounts by Ibn Battuta, who traveled much farther, like in various diplomatic things, went anywhere from Mali to Russia. Do they have the myth that Christians believed the world was flat during these times? That's a good question. Okay, so the primary source, right, the first explorations of Columbus will not be helpful here, but in the footsteps of Columbus. No, because this is about Ojeda. So, through avoided being guided by the Charlie sent him as well as the mariners who had accompanied him. At the end of 24 days, he reached the New World, about 200 leagues farther south on the part discovered by Columbus, likely the coast of Suriname. From hence he ran along the rivers of the Gulf of Paria, especially those of the Esquivel and the Orinoco. So, I'm not seeing it, because it looks like we're just kind of at a level of detail where that becomes irrelevant. I'm pretty sure Washington Irving mentions it early in his Tale of Columbus, in the like why does Columbus leave, but that section is much later in the book. But yes, to my understanding, no one worth any learning believed it during these periods. Correct, because it had been demonstrated 1,500 years earlier, and most people, either just didn't think about it, because why would you need to think about it? Because it doesn't matter. Right? The fact that the Earth is a globe is important if you are in modern transportation industries, but otherwise does not affect our day-to-day lived experience at all. And so most people probably just didn't think about it or worry about it. But if you cared or were trying to figure it out, it's trivially easy to demonstrate it. You almost certainly were taught that. It's just you were taught is that elementary education is hot nonsense so much of the time. That they just taught something that's just factually and obviously untrue. So, like, you both sentences are correct. Now, okay, again, look, David Livingstone sucked. But also, that's a remarkably, good sketch that's being reproduced here. For a Bantu woman. I don't know if this is going to be Maasai or if this is farther south from them. Uh, but somewhere in southeastern Africa, uh, I believe. I believe that's where he is at that part of the journey. It could be Osha. Because there are zebras, but that just says Kenya or south. So, yeah. And then Arctic exploration. Seven islands. Neat. I mean, as a collection of primary sources, it's actually, or of various like exploration accounts, it's actually a remarkably thorough list and a remarkably well curated list. I would love to see some Darwin in here. I would love to see some Darwin in the Galapagos from the Diaries of the Beagle. But, you know, that's fine. I would love to see some non-Euro sources. I'd love to see Ibn Battuta, because man, did he have a lot of opinions. I'd love to see Ethiopian accounts of various travels. I'd love to... Yeah. I'd love to have some Polynesian folktales in here. There is Francis Drake, yes. Yes, there is Francis Drake and there is Walter Raleigh in here. So. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. So, they didn't normalize the spelling for the Roanoke voyage. Is this legible? It looks like it's like 2/3 of the way legible. Right, that's a weird choice in Young Folks Library. Right, I would personally go about. You don't have to change the text. You don't have to make it not a primary source, but I would normalize the spelling, so you don't get Maine spelled like the state. Natural, Naturall. Towns, Townes. Country, Countrey. B as in to be, spelled like be the bee. Etc. etc. Right, I was flipping through it and I saw Diwers, Diuers for diverse. And I was like, oh, they did not normalize this. Which is an odd choice. To be or not to be? 3B! No, because other ones are normalized, right? They're basically not editing. They're taking the whatever their preferred edition of these texts that are circulating individually are, and making none changes to them. And so Caesar has a very well rendered, albeit very long, English rendition. The journals from 20th century guys are written well. The Norse saga, the section of the saga of Eric the Red, that is included in here, does classic things that 19th century translations of Norse sagas do. And so it's just keeping the standard edition. instead of smoothing all of that out for the sake of being inclusion in the new volume. I do like a facsimile. Yeah, but it's not really a facsimile. It's just the standard edition, right? A facsimile would just scan the pages, and so it would keep, the orthography instead of just the spelling. Now, we got a Great Ace Attorney track. I don't know how or why we got a Great Ace Attorney track, but Twitch people were feasting. YouTube people, you don't get the Spotify tracks. I'm sorry. Huh. The last volume we're going to do today, and the last volume I own, because again, we'll have to do a round 2 when I get the other 10 volumes. By the way, there's 10 more volumes of this, is a book of brave deeds, which has, I think Achilles chucking a spear on the front of it, and a knight jousting out over there. It's a 20-volume series. This is the 10th one we've done, because we more or less skipped 2. Yeah. Yeah. So, just to give you a hint as to how confusing this one's going to be, we've got, I think, Achilles in the front there. We've got a knight jousting there. And we open it up. And it's the sinking of the Merrimack. Did you have to find these books piecemeal, or did you buy them as a set? I got them as a set. My local public library was having a sale of things they weeded from their collections. And there were these 10 volumes on for $50, which is about what they're worth. These are not expensive as far as antique books go. The older editions are a little bit more expensive, but this 1937 edition is not. But turns out there are 20 total volumes, and they only had 10 of them. So, we're going to have to revisit this when we have actual stuff. This was organized by the Friends of, but also, yes. Okay. Well, this is a fascinating list. Again, I have not opened this book before. So this is... Let me just read this, and we can all be confused together. Horatius, by Lord Macaulay. The Pass of Thermopylae, by C.M. Young. How Pliny Saved His Mother. The Rock of the Capitol, by C.M. Young. The Keys of Calais, by C.M. Young. Without Fear and Without Reproach, by the Chevalier Bayard. Joan of Arc, by Clara Matteau. Sir Philip Sidney, by Helena Peake. A Deed of Daring Do, by S.J. McKenna. The Story of Sir William Wallace, by Sir Walter Scott. The Rise of Robert the Bruce, by Sir Walter Scott. The Exploits of Douglas and Randolph, by Sir Walter Scott. Pocahontas, by Captain John Smith. Ned Osborne's Leap, by Clara Matteau. Quote, I Did Not Do the Job for Money, by Cloudsley Shovel. That's not a bit, by the way. His name is actually Sir Cloudsley Shovel. You may steal this for your local pulp D&D campaign immediately. I can't believe... Cloudsley Shovel. Flora MacDonald, by Frank Mundell. Grace Darling, from Chambers Miscellany. Volney Beckner, from Chambers Miscellany. James Maxwell, from Chambers Miscellany. Heroines of the Revolution, by Samuel Drake. The Cutting Out of the Philadelphia, by Edward Ellis. The Exiles of Siberia by Charlotte Young, Agostine of Zaragoza by Charlotte Young, Andreas Hofer the Tyrolese by Edgar Sanderson, He Gave His Life for His Country from Brave Deeds of Youthful Heroes, Bolivar, the Washington of South America by Edgar Sanderson, A Noble American Woman by Charlotte Young, The Prisoner's Friend, Mrs. Fry by Clara Matteau, The Story of the Alamo by the Reverend C. Newell, The Loss of the Birkenhead from Deeds of Glory, The Loss of the Birkenhead again but by Sir F. H. Doyle, Balaclava in the Valley of Death from Deeds of Glory, The Boy Who Saved the Settlement from Brave Deeds of Youthful Heroes, The First Winner of the Victoria Cross from Everyday Heroes, Garibaldi, the Italian Hero by Edward Sanderson, A Brave Stoker by C.D. Michael, and Chinese Gordon in the Sudan by W.H. Davenport Adams. I don't know. That's a weird selection by any measure. There's a mix of scenes like the Fabulae. Like, what is this deed of daring do that is not very helpful? Why are we... Uh-huh. Gotcha. It's... There's a lot of prelude to it. There's a lot of prelude to it. But it is a battle in the English conquest of Ireland in the 17th century. Not kind of post-Cromwell when William of Orange is king. Yeah. An example of one heroic last stand of 20 Irish soldiers against the English armies. It's the death of Philip Sidney in 1586. Scottish history. A Cloudesley Shovel writing of as his own beginning, gassing up his own patriotism in order to jump into a Dutch bombardment, swim through the ring of ships, and then delivering a message, a request for reinforcements to other English naval forces. And then, yeah. All sorts of stuff in that one. Peculiar. Yeah, a lot of just kind of random biographies. Weirdly, maybe weirdly, a lot of, I guess, a lot of resistance to English colonialism. Little bit of trying to let's see, a little bit of anti-Bonapartist resistance in Spain, a little bit of surviving Siberia, so anti-Tsarist things. Uh, the Tyrolean revolt against the Habsburgs. And the French, but you know, Bolivar's everything. Wait, a noble American woman, and it's Mary Pickard. Why do we not just name her as Mary Pickard? Huh? Who was an early, right, served as a nurse in the 1820s in a smallpox outbreak, I believe. Oh no, sorry, is it Typhoid Mary? Uh, hang on, hang on, hang on. What sickness shows up here? It's just old widow. Hang on. Is it? I can't tell if it's. It doesn't specify what disease it was, which is extremely annoying. Like, hang on. Mary Lavelle Pickard. Oh, it doesn't say at all. Okay. Cool. Cool. Why is it only pulling up like obituaries and ancestry, like genealogy sites? Oh, because it's Mary Lavelle. Is it Mary Lavelle where? No. I mean, so there is a memoir here on Google Books, but it doesn't seem to specify very much. In Cambridge and Milton. Yeah. Okay. So it's the memoir of Mary L. Lavelle Ware, wife of Henry Ware Jr., is the source for all of this. Strange. How very strange. So, and then the Alamo. So, Texas propaganda in favor of the right to enslave people? And then... Is this just Charge of the Light Brigade? This is just the Charge of the Light Brigade. Yeah. There's a lot of strange choices. There's a lot of strange choices in these. So the thing that stands out to me about this book, as I'm flipping through it, is that there's an awful lot of things that if you were just a little bit more based, we would understand as being anti-colonial instead of just tales of heroism. Is that it's still, a lot of the things that we're viewing as heroic are specifically self-sacrifice in defense of home against the colonial invader. Not all the stories of that are, but an awful lot of them are. And I don't think this introduction mentions that. One of the things it does say that is quite good is, it specifically calls out that our records in the following pages show that women and young girls are as capable of noble deeds as youths and men. Such deeds often depend less upon mere valor and physical strength than upon a quick perception of what should be done in desperate emergencies and a readiness to do it. Qualities often possessed by women in the highest degree. The mother who saved the lives of her children by catching the head of a mad dog in the folds of her skirt and holding it muffled between her knees until his pursuers came up did what no unarmed man could have done better, if as well. There is the other story told by Dr. John Brown in his spare hours of a slight and delicate woman who, on going into a room one night with a candle, saw a man's foot under the bed. She made no outcry, but setting down the candle, exclaimed aloud, "I've forgotten the key again," I declare. Then, leaving the candle burning and the door open, went deliberately downstairs, got the watchman, and trapped the burglar. Not only is woman not deficient in heroism of this sort, but the more commonplace but no less noble kind, in patient endurance and acts of self-sacrifice, seldom rewarded and so often recognized, she is the superior of man. For 1901, like, on the one hand, duh. On the other hand, John Townsend Trowbridge, you cleared the low bar. Congratulations. But yes, it's interesting how that doesn't seem to apply to the appeals of the New Worlds or the Caliphates. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the most recent, the last person here in this Tales of Daring Do dies in oh no, doesn't even die. His story ends in 1879. This book is first published in 1901. So they're going up to quite contemporary, which is of a British Army engineer, Gordon, who serves in China, in Egypt, serves on a diplomatic mission to Ethiopia. Yeah. And then survives all of that. And so his story wraps up in this book in 1879. Barely 22 years before this gets originally published. Fascinating. Right, I'm sure there's a lot more to be done by really digging in on some of the choices that are being made, but Yeah, there's some interesting things in there. There's neat. Well, for all of the volumes of that book, though, and that wraps us up for today, then. There are 10 more volumes for me to get a hold of, so once I get a hold of those, I suppose we'll be doing this again, and promising some wild takes. Once again, for anyone who did just tune in and missed what the back half of the series is, right? So this is called The Young Folks Library. It's originally published in 1901. My printing is from 1945, based on the 1938 edition. We did the first 10 volumes, but we have 10 more volumes to go. They are Wonders of Sea, Earth, Sea, and Sky, a book of famous travels, a book of sea stories, a book of natural history, historic scenes in fiction, famous battles by land and sea, men who have risen, book of patriotism, leaders of men or history told in biography, and a book of famous poems. So that promises some absolutely insane historical takes, and I will look very much forward to seeing them. Yeah. I hope you all enjoyed this comfy cozy stream. It is a little bit different from what we normally do. It's a lot different from what we normally do, with a new layout to manage. But I had a lovely time with it. I thought that was very fun. And I'm glad we got to do this. So thank you all for having this comfy cozy hangout with me. I will be back tomorrow with the usual content. Ghost of Tsushima to start that up. So I hope you will see us. You will join me same time, same place for that. But until I see you, whenever that is, I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Let's see if there's anyone over to raid. Looks like Melissa's live. So checking out some historical game demos, it looks like. So we will wander over that way if you're over on Twitch. If you're over on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, I will see you again tomorrow. Okay? Bye-bye. Special thanks, of course, to our patrons listed on the side of the screen who do make this possible. If you want to join them, you can click on exclamation mark Patreon in chat there. Thank you, of course, to everyone on the in the credits there who followed, subscribed, or rated. You were all super duper appreciated. And again, I hope you have a good night.
Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome on in, friends. How was your stream? No, don't be mean. Welcome on in, Ludo. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Talking about. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Melissa in Denial. I'm in denial in more ways than one. I am an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and I stream Egyptology, archaeology, and history games here on Twitch. This week we've sort of been taking a break because we finished all of our longer form games that we were playing. So we're actually testing out